Good morning, everyone. Today is July 15th, 2020. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority. Present today in Albany is Chairman Bradley. By phone, we have Commissioner Fan. Commissioner Fan, could you give an acknowledgement that you're there, please?
Yes, hi. Commissioner Fan is here.
And also Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Ford?
Commissioner Ford is here.
All right, and by executive order, we're allowed to have the members participate by telephone rather than being here in person. And with all the meetings since late March, the public is not in attendance, also pursuant to an executive order. The next meetings of the authority will be July 29th. Then there will be a 3-week break until August 19th. And then just planning ahead, September 2nd, 16th, and 30th will be the next five meetings. All right. Items will be called in the order they are listed on the calendar. Chairman, before we get going, do you have any announcements to make?
Yeah, I just want to make one. If you notice, we're all on computers today. We are attempting to try to do these paper or almost paperless to try to save on the paper. I think the delay in us starting today was due to this. We had some technical issues, being this is our first time, and it may take a little longer as we all get used to it. So just bear with us.
All right. I also want to know the other staff in attendance here in Albany. Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Roberts, Counsel to the Authority Meyerhoff, and myself, Secretary to the Authority Donahue. And with that, we will start with the items. First item is 788, which is 242B East Main Street, Inc.
So this is a conditional no contest to 7 charges. The offer is $8,000.
$8,000 is up.
Commissioner Ford?
$8,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley?
Accept.
Next item is 789 All Night Skate, Inc. This matter is on before you for reconsideration. There is a memo from Counsel's office regarding this matter.
So this is on for reconsideration. It was denied because of the 200-foot law. The attorney has submitted evidence that the apartment above the church, and the church is within 200 feet. He submitted evidence that the apartments above the church in the same building are independent, and he has notarized statements from tenants that they are residential apartments and that the building is not used exclusively as a church. And Counsel, you have added, you also have a memo?
I have a memo?
Not you, but, I'm sorry, Mark Ferring submitted a memo and recommended, or found that what was submitted should eliminate the church as falling within the 200-foot law.
Right. That certainly that the existence of residences that are not residences for members of the church or whatever would make it a non-exclusive use situation.
So I think we should vote on, given that fact, we should vote on the reconsideration, whether we reconsider.
Yes, I vote to reconsider.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote to reconsider as well.
And I vote to reconsider.
All right. With that, then, do you want to proceed on on the merits of the application?
Yes.
It was before you last time. There was, I believe you have that information with you. You did not address the merits of the application. You just did it on the 200-foot law.
Correct.
So we do have to address the merits.
So,
of the application.
so just to be clear, the community board has submitted requests for closing hours or stipulations. Closing hours 1 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, 2 a.m. Friday and Saturday. The applicant does not agree with those closing hours and would like 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday. There are support from many neighborhood residents who wrote letters of support. and the Hull Block Association. There's also 3 area residents who wrote in opposition. It's a tavern bar with 9 employees and security guards. Principals to manage, recorded music only, no dancing. The principals do have some experience. It is not a 500-foot law case.
I'm going to vote to follow for now the community board hours of 1 a.m. Sunday to Thursday, 2 a.m. Friday, Saturday. Overtime, perhaps the applicant can come back for more after they've proven a track record and gotten the comfort from the community.
So otherwise, you're approving the application with that.
Yes, vote to approve otherwise.
Okay. Commissioner Ford.
I'm fine with that too. Let's go with that for now and see how things go.
Chairman Bradley.
And I will concur.
Next item is 790. This is a request regarding 1123 Quentin Grill Corp. It's for extension of the conditional approval.
So the applicant's requesting an extension to November 9th, 2020. They're waiting for an inspection from the New York City Department of Buildings.
I'll be willing to do up to 6 months, February 9, 2021.
Commissioner Ford.
I'm fine with that extension as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I will vote for the same extension.
Next item is 791. Inwood Hospitality Partners, LLC. This is our request for reconsideration.
So they're asking for this is a license that we actually approved, but apparently they are unclear about what their limits were. So they're asking for clarification on the hours and when amplified outdoor music ends and when indoor amplified music ends. So we need to vote whether we will grant the reconsideration, and then we can, if it's granted, discuss the clarification.
All right, then, Commissioner Fad.
Yes, I will vote to reconsider. Just seemed like the applicant had some confusion.
Commissioner Ford.
Yes, I'll vote to reconsider as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I will as well. So, Adam, can you just tell us what?
So one of the main discrepancy was the opening time. I believe there were New York City Parks conditions and Community Board conditions. Originally, they were approved to open at 3 p.m. The New York City Parks Department has allowed them to open at 11 a.m.
I don't think that wasn't in the application. I don't think that's what caused the confusion.
There was 2 different parts that were listed there. So they're seeking to operate at 11 a.m., open at 11 a.m. instead of 3 p.m. as previously conditioned.
The whole premise.
Their operations.
Yeah, because they want to do brunch.
Right. And then the live music and dancing, if we are approving them to do so, which was on the application, that we would need to amend that, and then clarifying whether amplified indoor music is permitted past 10 p.m., since we didn't specify indoor or outdoor at the time of the restrictions.
And what was the restriction we put on at 10 p.m. period? Of music
Yes.
ended at 10 p.m. period.
Correct.
Okay. So why don't we vote whether they're open at 11 or 3 first?
11 a.m. is okay with me.
All right, Commissioner Ford.
11 a.m. is fine with me as well.
And it's fine with me as well.
So the other issue is the amplified music.
Past 10 p.m.
Right.
So they were looking for amplified music indoors past 10 p.m. and outdoors past 10 p.m.
No,
Just
the 10 p.m. refers to the outdoor amplified music.
Okay, they want to know if it refers to the indoors.
Right.
Right, but the restriction from the parks was outdoor, and the license they're saying didn't make that.
Right.
Didn't make that.
All right. So
distinction.
what we're voting on is: are we going to let them do indoor music past
Past
10
10
p.m.? Okay. Go ahead.
So Commissioner Fan.
Yes, I will allow indoor music past 10 p.m., but no outdoor music past 10.
So how late do you want to do the indoor music, or don't you care?
Oh, I think until closing.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm fine with that too, till closing. When is closing again?
Monday through Thursday, 11 and 12:30. Sunday, 11 to 11 p.m. So
Yeah,
seems pretty reasonable.
What's
hours.
Friday and Saturday?
Friday and Saturday would be 11 a.m. to 12:30 a.m.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I wish everybody.
Okay. So indoor music till closing.
Chairman Brown?
Yeah. So outdoor music till 10, indoor music till closing.
Okay.
Right then. The next item is 792, which is 575 Pub on Second Inc.
This is a conditional no contest to 5 charges.
Wait,
The
I'm
off-
sorry. Can I just go back to 791? I think we also need to clarify whether recorded and live music and patron
No.
dancing are permitted.
Commissioner Fan, that wasn't a problem with the approval. It's just how it was worded on the license certificate.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
The applicant was confused about, I don't think he realized there was a semicolon between some of the words. So they were,
Okay.
I think they were just misreading the license certificate, and there was a lot put onto
Printed out
that
there.
license. So it,
So can you clarify it on the record so I know what she's talking
well,
about?
you approved the certain things, okay?
Right.
So the license certificate starts off with no to certain things, and then there's a semicolon, and then what is allowed.
Okay.
So
They were
what-
reading that as all those things were being
Right.
So
So the
can we-
semicolon sets the other things off.
Yeah.
we're redoing the license, right?
Yeah, we have to reprint.
So
this.
why don't you just add the word permitted after live music? Recorded and live music permitted.
We can try. The problem is we only have a limited amount of space in these
Okay.
text boxes to print certain things on there.
It's like Twitter.
Yeah.
All right. Then
Do a big slash.
I could suggest some abbreviations for you
Well-
if you need my help on that.
We'll work on permitting.
Okay, I
Alright.
got it.
792 is 575 Pub on Second Inc.
This is, as I said, 5 charges. It's a conditional no contest. 6,500 is the offer. They have one previous charge of unauthorized trade name and failure to post warning signs. The first charge is a disorderly premise for lewd and indecent conduct, and that's related to go-go dancers, which were not on the application, which also encompasses the 5th charge.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm a little uncomfortable with charge 1. But since they didn't take it to hearing, I don't think it would be appropriate for me right now to dismiss it, but I will counter with a lower fine of $2,500.
Commissioner Ford?
Can I just ask what you were uncomfortable with? I might have missed something.
Just, I wasn't there, so I can't really tell what is considered indecent. I just don't know what the standards of that when we make those charges. But anyway, I would vote to lower the fine to $2,500.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford?
I was just trying to understand all this activity that it appears took place allegedly on the sidewalk in front of the place, not in there, but in front of it. What type of...
Commissioner Ford?
What is he talking about?
Commissioner Ford, the police were there because of a dispute outside and then did an inspection inside.
Yeah, but let me just say one thing on the record, and that is that the members do not have before them a full record of the evidence that supports this charge. There may be more facts or information that would satisfy the board if this case went to hearing, and there may be less. Maybe the charge would be dismissed. We can't really make a judgment about that on this record. What we do know is that the licensee has offered to settle the charges with a conditional no contest plea at this amount. It's a conditional no contest plea is not it's not a guilty plea. It's basically we're not going to dispute the charges. So that's really what's before the board right now.
All right. I'm willing to accept their offer of $6,500.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to accept the 65 too.
Next item, 793, Upper West Side Liquors Corp.
Just 2000.
This is one charge for improper conduct, a CNC at 2,000. The charge is related to a licensee allegedly assaulting a reporter who came in to ask questions.
I will accept 2000. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Ford.
2000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept.
Next item, 794, Swanee House Ltd.
This is two charges to conditional no contest offer. This is actually, I think, the first. Is this the first one we've done related to violations of the governor's executive order?
No.
No. Well, it's one of the first ones.
One of many, and this one relates to conduct back in March.
Okay. When the executive order first went into effect, we actually imposed an emergency summary order of suspension, which is still in effect. The offer is $5,000.
I would $5,000.
Commissioner Ford.
I accept.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept.
Next item, 795, 2425 Hyde Park Boulevard, Inc. It's a request for reconsideration.
This is a full board disapproval of a package store in Niagara Falls. The representative is arguing that we said the closest are within 1.9 miles when they are actually within 2.3 miles. I think everyone would admit it's a driving community, so to me, I don't see the difference. We did get a letter of opposition in the recent supplemental from Wedge Discount Liquors, which is one of the nearby stores. And we also got a letter from a local state senator and a local assemblyman who are supporting the store.
All right, then on.
This is unanimous, right? Disapproval?
I believe so.
No.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Commissioner Ford voted for it, and Commissioner Fan and I voted against it.
All right, on the reconsideration, Commissioner Fan.
Yes, I will reconsider.
Commissioner Ford.
I vote to reconsider as well.
Chairman Brown.
I don't see any new information here.
All right, then on the application. Are you ready to proceed, or are you?
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner Fan.
Commissioner Ford, can you talk to me a little bit about the Hyde Park area in the city of Niagara Falls and whether there is something that I need to know? And how much weight you give to that suggests this is a different area from the tourist area?
Yeah. I don't think that the geographics that you look at on a map really tell the whole story. I just think that this store in this area of Niagara Falls would serve public convenience and advantage where it is. And plus, we have the support of now Senator Ort, Assemblyman Morinello, and Council Member Tuma. So I still feel the same way that where the store is located, it would serve that area better than the other stores do. So I still approve.
All right. My prior vote, I don't think I understood the differentiation between Hyde Park and the area of Niagara Falls. And so with what Commissioner Ford said, I will vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford.
I vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I vote to deny on the same grounds as us.
Next item is 796, Sophie Enterprise LLC.
This is a CNC for $4,000, 2 charges, one of which is a sale to a minor. The offer, as I said, $4,000. There is no adverse history. The place has been open since 2016.
Commissioner Fan,
4,000 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
4,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
So,
I lived right above this place in college, but it was called something different, and that was a very long time ago. Eddy Street.
Next item, 797, Cipriani 637 LLC.
this is a cabaret license in Manhattan on West 50th Street. If the applicant does have a negative history, although it's not recent, it's all over 12 years old. They have 5 other licenses. It's a nightclub / catering hall with 40 employees, a manager. Security will be provided, 1 security guard per 75 people at events. They want live recorded DJ music and dancing. Neither applicant will be. They will be at the premise very rarely, based on the application. The community board has asked for stipulations of hours 11 to 4 a.m., rooftop closed at 10 p.m., and no music on the roof. The maximum occupancy is 1,090 people inside, and the roof will hold 200 more. It's not a 500-foot case.
Commissioner Fan,
I vote to approve this application with the community board stipulations of 11 to 4 a.m., rooftop vacated by 10 p.m., no music, no live performances or amplified sound on the rooftop. Otherwise, 40 employees, hired manager, security, 1 per 75 patrons, recorded live DJ music with patron dancing, all approved.
Commissioner Ford,
Again, as noted, as the chairman said, applicant has an extensive disciplinary history, but that was like 12 years ago, but it was almost like $500,000 between 2007 and 2008. But there doesn't seem to really be any substantial issues since then, so I would approve with the stipulations as so stated by Commissioner Fan.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll approve with Commissioner Fan's stipulation.
Famous.
All right,
I heard about it.
Next item is 798.
I think the DA did that.
Pod
Yeah, that
PK
was- I was there.
F&B LLC and Great Food Beer and Games LLC is manager. Request for change method of operation.
So this is a request for a change in operation. They want, they currently are granted recorded music inside, no music outside, 100-person max in the rooftop bar area, 200-person maximum in the event space, no more than 2 events per week in the event space, and the outdoor area closes at 9 p.m. Sunday through Wednesday and 10 p.m. Thursday through Saturday. What they are asking for is recorded music allowed outside, and they want the outside to close at 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 1 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. I think that's it. Am I right, Adam?
That's correct.
One caveat, and that is in the supplemental, they withdrew the request for the recorded music outside.
Correct.
They only want the
Correct.
hours
Yes.
changed now.
So now they're just asking for the outdoor hours to change from 12 to 12 and 1 a.m.
Commissioner Fan?
We do have a letter from the local assemblyman asking us not to do it in the community board, I believe. Did they weigh in or no?
Yeah, they said, I think they approved the 11 on Sunday to Thursday and 1 at 1 a.m. Friday, Saturday.
Let me see, I have that right here.
Said yes.
Yeah, that's right. The community board did approve it, and then the assemblyman sent a letter in later.
Okay.
Commissioner Fan?
I would say that while I appreciate that the assemblyman weighed in on this issue, I feel like the decision was thoroughly vetted in the community board level. There was a 17-9 vote to approve, and so I'm going to go with what the community board sent us, which is an extension of hours, close on Sunday to Thursday at 11 p.m. and Friday, Saturday at 1 a.m. However, no music in the backyard or outside, no even background music. They will do only ambient lighting, self-closing doors, umbrellas or soundproofing to be used whenever appropriate, and 8 feet fence to be installed of the backyard. And outdoor spaces will have seated food service. And that the furniture will be put away, and sliding doors, etc., will close at 10 on Sunday to Thursday, Friday to Saturday at 11.
So, Commissioner Fan, I think while the community board may have listed some other things in there, the only proposed changes that we have on for this are the hours of closing at 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday and 1 a.m. on Thursday through Saturday.
But what she's saying are already stipulations, correct? I think they're already part of
If
the
they're already
license.
part of the
Yeah,
agreed upon
that's not-
stipulations, it's not
Right.
additional that we're considering.
Right.
Well, these are the stipulations that the applicant agreed to at this community board. Whether they align with the prior set of stipulations, I'm not privy to that information, but I will
Well,
say that whatever's
What
on
are,
here.
what are you reading from? Because I think it's contradicting.
I'm
what
reading
the-
from.
Is it the community board letter dated February 12th?
No, I'm actually reading from
The original?
well, it's the community board. Yeah, well, it's the same document. It's not the official letter, but I'm reading from the back of the questionnaire.
Right. This is what she's
Okay.
reading from. So it's signed by the licensee and it's dated the 3rd of February 2020, and it's a stipulation for outdoor usage. So they're actually not asking for 12. They're asking for, or according to this stipulation, they're asking for 11 on Sunday through Thursday.
Or at least they agreed to it.
Well,
That's what she's given them, which she's right. Okay.
all right. So, Commissioner Fan, you're agreeing to the hours as set forth by the community board, approved by the community board, and all the conditions that are in the questionnaire.
Yes, please.
All right.
Thank you. From A to M.
Commissioner Ford.
I agree. I approve based on everything that Commissioner Fan yeah.
Because the letter you're talking about, Adam, is dated after these stipulations were agreed to. Yeah,
Right.
February 12th, so she's right. Okay, I'll agree to the same thing. And I do want to make it clear that the senator's letter points out that they agreed in 2017 then I'm saying the licensee agreed in 2017 to do sound mitigation for the rooftop bar, and the senator is indicating that that did not occur. I'm going to make it clear that we are going to check if that occurred, and if it hadn't, there's going to be a violation.
All right, the next item is 799, Frank A. Tichy Jr. It's a package store application.
So this is a new package store in Elmira, New York. Not bulletproof. Principal will manage with 3 employees. The closest stores are 4 stores within 4.6 miles. The closest store is 1.1 miles away. The principal owns a grocery store in Elmira with a license that has some negative history but very minor. It's 790 square feet, 735 is retail. And one of the 5 closest may have closed. Do we know that, Adam? Savino's? There is one protest.
Yeah, the protest from the closest store says that any growth in revenue is based on not an increased demand, but rather the redistribution of the customers of Savino's, which they claim was closed in mid 2019.
So we do have a surrender for Savino's as of January 8th this year.
2020. So, and it would be one of the 5 closest. Do you know?
That I can figure out.
What's the address? What's the address of this one that closed?
518 North Main Street.
Elmira?
Yes.
No, that wouldn't be one of the 5 closest. Unless it's
Yeah, the same protest letter said that there were 5 stores within 10 miles. So my guess is this is outside the closest 4. But
we got 7 and 8.5 miles on our application.
Yeah, that's even further south. That's down past Elmira College. So that's substantially further away.
Okay.
All right, then we're going to vote. Commissioner Fan,
This applicant already owns a grocery store at the location, and he will be switching from a grocery store to a liquor store to better serve his community. From the closest store, it looks like numbers are going up, and since there's a store that has closed in the area, I find that there is public convenience, and I will vote to approve the store.
Commissioner Ford,
The closest store is on the other side of the track, southwest of this location. It's 4,200 square foot store. It's in a high traffic shopping center, along with other businesses on a pretty busy double lane medium Route 14 corridor. So this small store at 735 square feet would really be up serving probably more Elmira Heights, which is like northern Elmira and the Eldridge Lake area. So I see public convenience advantage being served by the addition of this location. Furthermore, the numbers of the stores even further away are missing or not as relevant since they're several miles away. So I vote to approve.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll vote to approve on the same grounds.
Next item, 800 Brooklyn Fine and Rare Wines and Spirits, Inc.
This is a new package store in Brooklyn, 993 square feet, 743 of that will be retail. 2 to 3 employees, the 2 principals will be active 40 to 60 hours a week. The 1 community member has protested this store will not be bulletproof. There are 4 stores in 0.2 miles. The closest store appears to be 456 feet away. And the other 3 closest are 0.2 miles. 2 of the 4 closest are bulletproof, but the 2 closest stores are not.
All right then, Commissioner Fan.
Since the 2 closest stores are not bulletproof and they're only 1 block and 2 blocks away, I don't think there's public convenience in opening yet another store. This mother-son team could perhaps find a different location. I'm going to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
None of the 4 closest stores are doing phenomenal by New York City standards as far as I'm concerned. They're just kind of holding their own. Plus, one of the 4 closest we just licensed, I think, last year. And 3rd and 4th closest are bulletproof, granted. And although the photos of this proposed store, they look beautiful, I just don't see a public convenience need for yet another store less than 500 foot from an existing. So I unfortunately vote to deny as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll vote to deny. The closest store is under 500 feet away, and then the other 3 closest are, as Commissioner Fan pointed out, 2 blocks away. So I think that this area is well served at this point.
Next item, 801, 8202 St. Street Grill Corp.
This is a Queens grocery store beer and wine products license. It is in front of us because I guess, is a question of who the actual owner is, or a potential question. There's a lot of loans coming from the same guy, and the business has actually transferred hands 3 times in 5 years. And we have disapproved a couple of applications based on cause, earlier applications.
I'll also note that there were 2 sales to minors in this location at around 2017, which is when these sales began. The first sale in the denied application, arguably a motive.
And there was a veiling here previously involving one of the parties involved,
And
but
there
not one of the principals.
appears to at least be a connection through shared residences between prior applicants and current.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a mess.
Commissioner Fan.
Yeah, so Hassan Munasar held the license in 2014 and surrendered it in 2017. It's unclear to me why he surrendered the license. However, now, 4 years later, someone who lives at his address is making a loan to the current applicant. I think there is enough doubt here that there is a veiling or monkey business going on. And so I will vote to deny.
I was Commissioner Fan. He surrendered it because he sold it to somebody else, and then loaned that person the money, and then loaned the person who bought the business from that person the money.
Right, but she's right. I mean, he bought the original guy bought the business for $50,000 and then actually sold it for $12,500. 2.5 years, 3 years later, which is inexplicable.
Commissioner Ford.
I actually had to chart this one out just so I could come to the conclusion I have.
I have a chart too.
Yeah, number 1, Hussein sold to number 2, Zaid sold to number 3, Hamoud, and Hussein, number 1, loaned the money to number 3, Hamoud, who was denied. Number 3, Hamoud sold to number 4, Mohammed, with a loan from number 5, Zain. So it sounds like something's going on here, so I vote to deny.
Chairman Brett.
Yeah, I'm going to vote to deny too. There's obviously one, they have a history of availing already, and there's clearly this shop is changing hands amongst individuals who are clearly related to each other for some reason, and I don't have any confidence that the person that's applying for the license is the actual owner.
All right, next item 802, JT Deli Grocery Inc.
This is a CNC for a sale to minor. It is the second sale to minor charge in a 2-year period.
New grocery.
802.
I just threw that one out.
Go ahead.
That's JT Deli Grocery Inc. It's a application for a new grocery store beer and wine products. This is the previous license at this location was canceled. The applicant, the principal of this applicant, worked for that licensee and is also the father of that licensee.
Prior.
Yes.
And the arrest was for
Criminal possession of a controlled substance, a felony, did not notify us of the arrest or the disposition, and then when discipline was assessed, defaulted and the alternative penalty of cancel and bond was imposed. And now the father of this individual is applying for a license. He had worked at the location. He's only putting $2,000 in cash, and there's a $32,000 note from the sale.
And as a former narcotics prosecutor, based on the information we were given, the amount of narcotic that he had was significant, given it was an A1 felony.
Allegedly.
Alleged. Do we have a disposition of that case?
We do not have a disposition.
It's not a narcotic, I'm sorry, it's a controlled substance, but still significant amount.
Commissioner Fan.
Looks like the prior licensee had a drug run-in, and now it's passed door father or tell the father. I'm gonna vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
Previous license was canceled, December 2019 because of owner failed to report the arrest. License was surrendered back in October. So this applicant, being the father of the previous licensee who worked there, I guess I just don't find that to be a reason to disqualify him, and he may just be trying to keep the business going. Not quite sure, but I'm going to vote to approve as well. I'm not going to hold that against him.
Chairman Bradley?
I am going to hold it against them. Unfortunately, I do feel for him, but the son, based on the amount of controlled substance he has, was clearly that was more than personal use, which indicates to me he was selling drugs and owning a liquor license, and that's the father was working there at the time. So I'm going to vote to deny.
All right, the next item, 803, J Triple S Inc. This is a sale.
This is a sale to minor. There's a previous sale to minor. The CNC's for $6,000.
I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
Except $6,000.
Chairman Bradley?
Except.
Next item, 804, Remington Steel Inc.
Oh, what a good show.
That was a good show, yes.
Conditional no contest for 2 charges of failure to supervise and a failure to comply with local regulations. There's no adverse history. The offer is $3,500.
This is an executive order violation for drinking and congregating inside at a time when inside service was not permitted.
All right, Commissioner Fan?
I will vote to accept $3,500.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll accept as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I'm going to accept as well.
Next item, 805, Manning Lilla Post 463.
This is 3 charges, 2 failure to comply with local regulations and 1 failure to supervise. It's a straight no contest. There is a letter of mitigation from one of the officers of the American Legion. It basically completely contradicts what our investigator reported seeing, which was 10 to 11 patrons, 6 of which were drinking inside in June, when it was clearly illegal to do so, and had been for at least 3 months. And there were 6 volunteers in there in addition to the patrons. So, we go from there.
Commissioner Fan?
Since the American Legion, I will vote to impose a $1,000 penalty.
Commissioner Ford?
This was what phase were we in? June 2nd, Counselor? Was it for
I believe we were in. I believe we were in phase 2, which permitted outdoor service, but not inside service.
I don't even think it was that.
No, I think it was phase 2.
I think it was
phase 2 upstate at that point.
But either way, the whole thing is inside.
Yes, it was inside. It was yes. The violations are supported by the record and then refuted by the letter of controversy, the mitigation letter.
It's an American Legion. It pains me, but I'll go with 1,000, as our Commissioner Fan has suggested.
As will I.
Next item is 806, Forks Park Inc. Just note that the applicant has filed, the licensee has filed a application to change to a catering license.
So this is 2 charges. One is an unauthorized trade name, which is pretty self-explanatory. And then a second charge was a non-bona fide, which was the license acknowledged that they were not open in the winter or to the public for a significant period of time. Its offer is a $2,500 civil penalty plus file for a class change and a name change, which you're saying they did do already?
The application for the catering license is under the West Creek Lounge DBA.
Okay.
Commissioner Fan?
I will take the 2,500 civil penalty with the class change submission and name change.
Commissioner Ford?
Same here.
As will I.
Next item, 807-8915 ECA Inc.
This is a request to extend the conditional approval, wants a 6-month extension.
I will do a 6-month extension, November 24, 2020.
Commissioner Ford?
Same here.
Chairman Brown?
I will as well.
Next items 808, 809, 810, New Pelotas Lounge Corp.
This is 3 proceedings of multiple charges, and it's a CNC, and the offer is cancellation and bond. There's 22 total charges of a variety of different things.
Commissioner Fan?
Cancel and bond accept.
Commissioner Ford?
Cancel on accept.
Chairman Brown?
Cancel and bond.
Next item is 811, Emerald International Holdings Ltd.
This is a 3 charges after hearing. This ALJ sustained all 3 charges. It's a books and records, a refusal to appear and testify, and a failure to permit inspection of a liquor store outside of Buffalo. The license has 1 previous sale to minor in January 2014. There's also, just to let you know, a removal application for this same store on the calendar today as well that we'll get to later.
Yeah, and in this one, the licensee, the books and records issue arose in connection with another liquor store application where this licensee failed to provide revenue information, promised to, and then broke the promise, and then refused to comply with requests to appear, and and took the case to hearing, and now has come to us to ask that we evaluate its application to move to another location.
All right, then on disciplinary matter.
I'm 6,000.
We didn't hear you. What number?
6,000.
And sustain the charges, right?
Yes, sustain all 3 charges.
Commissioner Ford?
This is 811, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
These charges from 2 years ago. Is this license expired? It says 6/30/2020. Oh no, they've done a class change. It says.
Oh, no, hold on. Let me check the current status of the...
Did he allow his license to expire too?
Actually, the license is expired.
We're gonna just
It
cancel
was
it
not
off?
renewed.
Are we sure about that? Would he be under SAPA, Adam?
No, I'm looking.
You're looking at it,
It's,
he's not.
hold on, there's a letter here.
It's showing up as expired. We don't show any paperwork that would have indicated he would be on SAPA. If he decided that he was going to send in the paperwork but not pay, we would have put him on SAPA. It does not look like that was done. However, there is a note in here from 7/9 we sent a deficiency letter, so we may have actually gotten an application that wasn't complete
For a renewal, you mean?
for a renewal.
Should we hold this one over to find out what's going on first before we make a decision?
Well, is it going to affect your fine?
No, if they're not, I'm for canceling bond if there's nothing that we have indicating that the license is continuing in any way.
Well, he's filed for a removal, so I whether he's filed for renewal or not, I think for this case it's kind of academic because there's definitely the removal application on this calendar that we're going to have to decide.
Right. And he also, the basis for the removal is he said he lost his lease, so it's possible that he decided not
To
that
renew
he either
the
decided
license.
not to renew and thought this would come up first or something like that. I don't know that we should necessarily hit him with the hammer for that.
There's definitely some confusion on the licensee's part based on some of the behavior towards our investigators and during the hearing, some of the comments that were made. He did all this without representation, and I think that probably hurt him significantly.
Yeah. Well, all he has is a sale to minor from 6 years ago. Books and records. And this was all 2 years ago at this point. So, Commissioner Fan, what did you say? What was your?
6,000.
I would go for half of that at this point. I mean, like I said, it was 2 years ago now. So I would go with 3,000.
6,000.
All right, so I need to ask this. Since this license has expired, if you approve the other application, do you want this disciplinary history to follow to the new license?
Why would that be a new license?
It's a new serial number, it's a new file.
For removal, you're getting a new serial number?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yes, then it should all follow, yes. I did not know that. Learned something new every day.
All right, then the next item.
You've forgotten more about what happened.
The next item is 812, La Villa Lounge Court.
I wish. This is a 12 charges after hearing. Sustained 1, 2, and 3, dismissed 4 and 5, sustained 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. We previously canceled this license on April 15th of 2020. So there is no bond available.
And it was canceled retroactive to the date the license had expired.
Just cancel for the record.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner
Yes,
Fink?
cancel.
Okay. Chairman Bradley?
Cancel.
813, Unique Ltd.
This is no contest default. It's 6 charges. There is adverse history in 2016 and then again in 2019, mostly technical violations. And these seem to be mostly technical violations as well. But still violations. Many are the same that were previously imposed.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm at 6,000.
Commissioner Ford?
6,000.
Chairman Bradley?
6,000.
Next item, 814, Posse LLC.
This is a request for reconsideration of a failure to notify a change in fact. On 4/29/2020, the full board adopted the ALJ's findings and imposed cancellation and bond. He's asking us to just cancel. He does not want to make the bond payment.
Yeah, he claims that the failure to notify was on something that he was innocent of, and that he closed his restaurant anyway.
Although he waited 2 months to surrender the license fee, actually closed.
Yes.
Commissioner Fan, do you want to grant reconsideration?
Yes, I grant reconsideration.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote to grant reconsideration as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll grant it. Move
Okay,
on.
and on the merits of the request?
I guess it doesn't matter. It's granted.
On the merits, Commissioner Fan, on the
I'm
merits?
I just feel like there are so many people that are really suffering, so I'm going to waive the $1,000 and cancel for the record.
Commissioner Ford?
I feel the same way. Cancel for the record and waive the bond claim.
Chairman Bradley?
Cancel and bond.
Next item, 815, 558 Broadway LLC. This is another request for reconsideration.
So this, we all agreed to shut this Museum of Ice Cream at 8 o'clock. There is significant opposition that we're all aware of. The CD is adamantly against this, as well as many residents. The reconsideration is that they want alcohol. They understand our 8 o'clock closing. They're saying financially they can't exist without an extension of that. They want alcohol to end at 9, but they want to be able to stay open until 11, Monday through Thursday, and then 10 p.m. alcohol ends on Friday and Saturday, and then they want to close at 12 on Friday and Saturday. They also want to be able to do booze at private events. They're indicating that the private events will not obviously be children events, which I think Commissioner Fan brought up, but the layout of this place, based on my review of it, indicates that whether there's children events or not, if there's children in there, anybody is going to have to go past. To get to the bar that's inside, they're going to have to go through most of the bottom floor of the museum, correct?
Well, the way it's laid out, the space, the bar is an exception, but if they're going to allow that, then yes.
Now, the community board also brings up the fact that they believe they need a public assembly permit from the city in order to do any of the business that they're doing. I think that's obviously a Department of Buildings issue. And it's not clear to me whether they've actually done what they're required under the Department of Buildings or not.
Yeah, well, they take the position in their reconsideration that the Department of Buildings told them they didn't need the permit, but the protester says that the information they provided to the Department of Buildings was inaccurate. So that's still a matter of dispute with the Department of Buildings.
We do have a letter from Assembly Member Glick opposing this, and there we are. I don't think I have anything else.
Yeah, the dispute is over. The community board says that the application, that the public assembly issue, the Department of Buildings said they didn't need one based on a representation that there was only 684 feet licensed, but they actually licensed 2,000 square feet.
And they clearly intend to have a significant number of people in this place.
But the one point they did make, which may not have been known to the members the first time around, is that if the cafe, which is in the middle of everything, is closed at 8 p.m., then the rest of the building can't really be open. So with respect to that, although they've now asked for additional hours, the members would have the option of saying no alcohol services at 8 p.m. to alleviate that issue, or change the hours, or whatever else they ask.
Okay, on the request for reconsideration, Commissioner Fan?
I will be willing to clarify what our decision was, but I don't believe that we need to reconsider it.
Well, we have to in order to clarify.
Okay, then I will vote to reconsider.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to reconsider as well.
Chairman Bradley.
As do I.
Okay, then on the actual merits of the application, Commissioner Fan?
Well, let me find out Adam, what do they believe we did? Like, what do we have on our license?
No alcohol at private events, 8 p.m. closed daily.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So I am happy to clarify that the 8 p.m. can apply to just the service of alcohol, that the building doesn't have to close, but the alcohol service has to close. As far as the private event, I mean, applicants counsel very smartly, framed it as small space first floor, but if you look at the capacity of the building, it's at least 150 as reported by council, and perhaps up to 225 if you look at, or 222 if you look at the public assembly allowances, 74 by 3 floors. So I still think there's risk there, and with the community board blatantly against this, a lot of neighbors have written us saying they don't want it. Assembly member Deborah Glick has written to us saying that she does not want this. I think that the applicant is clearly an artist, but have no experience in running a liquor service operation. And so I am going to end my vote there, 8 p.m. End of alcohol service.
So no alcohol at private events?
No.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford.
I'm okay with alcohol at private events. I'm actually okay with them ending alcohol service.
Can you? We lost your second sentence there. Can you repeat the whole thing?
I said I'm okay with them having alcohol at private events, and I also am okay with them having alcohol till 9. I really was before, but I just voted as I did before with everyone else. But I really was and okay with 9, and I'm just stating it now for the record that I'm okay with 9.
And I just want to clarify, are we talking about alcohol service ending with consumption still being allowed past that time, or do you want all service and all consumption to end at that time?
I want service to end at 9. I don't have to go around taking drinks out of people's hands, but just service has to end.
Okay, I agree with that. 9 o'clock, end of service. And they don't have to close the building, and they don't have to close the museum.
All right, so right now we have 2 votes for 9 p.m. ending alcoholic beverage service. Commissioner Fan, you're saying no alcoholic beverages at private events. Commissioner Ford, you're okaying alcoholic beverage at private events. Chairman Bradley.
So I think the prior decision was certainly a compromise that we made that, and I should say Commissioner Fan made because she's the one who came up with it, but I agreed with her, that our prior decision was good for the community. And the problem I have with all of the stuff that's been submitted by the applicant is if this was actually a real museum, why do we need all these late night hours? They're not only worried about the service of alcohol late, but they wanted to be open originally till 2 in the morning, which to me just seems ridiculous if you're actually a real museum. So I would have done 8 o'clock service and service at 8 o'clock, and I'm fine with no private events.
No alcohol at private events.
No alcohol at private events, because if this is a museum, then it's not like the stuff they were comparing themselves to, as the community board pointed out very clearly. I don't think that they were good comparisons at all. I think this is more a business than it is a museum. And all the information we have that was submitted, not just by the applicant, but by the opposition, certainly supports that conclusion. So I would agree with Commissioner Fan, except on the hours of alcohol.
Okay, so we have 2 votes to make it 9 p.m., not closing time, but the end of alcoholic beverage service, and then 2 votes that there be no alcoholic beverages served at private events.
Correct.
I think you might also have to address the public assembly permit issue, because was that a condition?
All right, well then, in my view, yeah, it probably should be. And that they're going to need a letter from the Department of Buildings laying out to the Department of Buildings what their intention is with the maximum occupancy.
Wasn't a condition?
It was a condition. It's condition number 5 under conditional approval.
But if you get something from DOB saying it's not required,
If it's not
then
required,
then
we would amend the
fine.
conditional.
Correct, but the indications from the community board are that the information they provided to DOB was
Inaccurate.
or at a minimum contradicted what the actual facts are, which is that they're not going to have 150 or 200 people in there at a time, which I think that's not true.
Is that an issue for the authority or for DOB?
It's an issue for DOB, but I want them to.
Right.
The only one who's going to make them go do this is us.
So we will leave the condition on, but ask them to clarify whether it's needed by DOB and to get supporting documentation if it's not.
Correct.
All right, then next item is 8:16. Welcome to the Family Coffee Shop Corp.
This is a CNC for a sale without appropriate license or permit. The offer is $2,500. There is an issue here that the licensee referred to a co-owner, and ironically, we don't have a second principal on this license. So
I went back to check, and she said that this was actually their first renewal. The individual said that the other co-owner handled the paperwork before then, so I'm not sure what paperwork she's talking about.
Right.
But
So can you email Joe and make sure that we find out who the co-owner is? Someone?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe her representation now is that the co-owner is now gone, but that doesn't necessarily mean,
right.
and that's why she didn't renew, which actually makes some sense, but that doesn't mean that it was not a violation for her
To have a
to
co-owner.
fail to disclose the co-owner.
Right.
All right, then Commissioner Fan,
Yes, 2,500. I said.
Commissioner Ford,
2,500 accept.
Chairman Browder.
Oh, it's
8:17. Show Familia Dynastia Inc.
This is a straight no contest for a failure to notify a change in fact. No adverse history. The license has been, or the premise has been licensed since 2003 with no adverse history, at least in the last 5 years.
One point of follow-up, there seemed to me to be a disconnect between the mitigation letter, which said that as soon as the principal knew there was an arrest, that he had missed disclosing the arrest, he responded, and we didn't have a record of that. I looked into that, and I think that might be our mistake to not have the record. So I believe that the mitigation letter accurately reflects diligence on the licensee's part after being notified that he failed to notify. and then they submitted a no contest.
Commissioner Fan,
Did we lose her?
Commissioner Fan,
Oh, sorry. I was on mute. I will vote to reconsider.
Okay.
This is not a reconsideration.
It's a
it's
straight
no
no
contest. This is 8:17. It's a no
Oh, I'm
contest.
sorry. Wrong matter. I'm sorry. I meant 500.
Commissioner Ford,
I'll do 500 as well.
Chairman Browder.
500.
The next item is 8:18. It's a request for reconsideration.
This is a request for reconsideration of a license that we approved with conditions. The licensee doesn't think that early closing hours and no promoters is financially viable. He doesn't specify how no promoters hinders his business. He refers to the 1 a.m. closing time as too restrictive, although that only applies Monday through Wednesday. And he claims that the community board agreed to 4 a.m. Monday through Saturday, which is not correct, and based on what I've read.
All right, then on the request for reconsideration, Commissioner Fan,
Yes, I will reconsider.
Commissioner Ford,
I will reconsider as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I would not reconsider. So
Right, and on the merits.
I just want to say, what's the hours right now, Adam?
Sunday through Wednesday, 1 a.m. close. Thursday through Saturday, 2 a.m. close.
And what he wants is Monday through Wednesday, 2 a.m., Thursday through Saturday, 4 a.m., Sunday, 12 a.m., and live music would stop at 12 a.m. all nights. And also wants promoters.
If live music is stopping at 12 midnight, why does he need more hours after that?
To sell more. I'm sorry, he wants 4 a.m. closing across the board. I missed that. I don't know. To answer your question, he didn't. That's not in the application.
Okay. I don't see a reason for more hours. So I'm going to stick with 1 a.m. Sunday, Wednesday, 2 a.m. Thursday till Saturday.
And the promoters?
I would be okay with the promoters just because the nature of the business, it seems like they do need promoters to book these concerts. So I'll be willing to do promoters.
Commissioner Ford,
So we don't have anything from the community board that verifies till 4 from Thursday to Saturday. Is that correct?
Double check that for you.
Only
We
the
have an
2 a.m.
email. We have an email from dated January 9, 2020 from Celestina Leon, the district manager of Community Board 4. And in it, I think does that have the suggested hours? Yeah, in it, a couple members of the community board suggested hours of Thursday to Saturday, 4 p.m. to 4 a.m., Sunday, 4 p.m. to 12 a.m., and then Monday through Wednesday, 4 p.m. to 2 a.m. But I don't think that was ever voted on by the full community board.
We just suggested.
That's what the email suggests.
Yes.
The email references it, but the community board did not. I don't know. I think it's more than semantics. The community board did not say we approve 4 a.m.
Correct. At least we don't have anything saying that.
no.
Okay. Well, I'm going to keep it at 2 a.m. across the board. You know, they can come back if they have anything that says otherwise.
We're not at 2 a.m. across the board. We're at 1 a.m.
1 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, 2 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So you want to keep the hours the same?
Yes.
Okay.
Promoters.
In the promoters?
I'll allow promoters.
Chairman Bradley.
I would keep the hours the same and not allow promoters. I'm not convinced that this is just a music hall.
Okay then. Next item is 819. This is another request to extend a conditional approval.
They want the conditional approval extended to December of 2020. We can go out 6 months if you want, that's fine. To avoid the repeat.
Commissioner Fan,
I'm sorry, 6 months is okay with me. February 25th, 2021.
Commissioner Ford,
You want to go to February?
Okay
6
with
months
that.
out would be January 16th, 20.
January
One.
16th.
I don't know why I wrote 2/25/21.
Because I think they didn't ask for, they asked for, I don't know why they did either. I think they only asked to December 16, so.
Because you thought that was 6 months, but it was really 7 months.
All right. So what's the date? What's the date we got to?
January 16, 2021 will be 6 months.
All right, I'm good with that.
Commissioner Ford.
I'm okay with that as well.
Next item, H20, EVNB 70 Pine Owner Restaurant LLC. Another request for an extension of conditional approval.
I will do 6 months until February 13, 2021. I counted right on this one.
Commissioner Ford.
Same here.
Chairman Bradley.
I will do the same.
821, another request to extend conditional approval, Neck Bar LLC.
So the only issue I have, having reviewed this, it looks like we've already given a significant extension to this guy.
821.
Yes.
Right.
It's over a year, correct? We've already done over a year?
Well, that's why it's here. I mean, it looks like we had already given them
The last one,
two
too, Frank.
extensions to 6 months.
And now they're asking for another full 6 months.
Conditional approval originally went out in February of 19.
I mean, I get what's causing this one, but what caused the other two? Do we have any idea?
Not without going back through correspondence.
No, don't bother.
Okay.
All right, I'm not going to give him 6 months on this one. Go ahead, whatever.
Actually, in the email, they noted that the last extension they were granted, which was this one, was a final extension.
Right.
Yeah.
Which, and then certain things occurred, involving COVID, but we're at the point that, one, construction's been going on again for, in New York for at least 2 months, right?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
All right, Commissioner Fan.
I will go with 3 months.
That's going to be 11, 13, 20. Commissioner Ford.
I'll go with the 3 months as well.
Chairman Bradley.
3 months, and make it clear this is the final one. Don't even request another one.
Okay.
We can't go 2 full years with a conditional approval like that.
The next item is 822 Easy Life Restaurant and Lounge, Inc.
This is a new on-premise license in the Bronx. It's an over from July. I'm so sorry, from the last board meeting. It's a restaurant with 6 employees, principal to manage, 3 security guards. They want recorded music, DJs, and karaoke and live music, plus dancing. This applicant had previously applied for this location and was denied. The representative says there is community board and police department approval. It was put over for that. I don't think we got anything.
I emailed the attorney that day on the 24th, advising her what the members wanted, and we've not received any
And
response.
So hold on a minute. All right, so the police department was my concern. All right, go ahead.
Commissioner Fan.
This has been hanging around long enough, but this applicant has no experience, but seems to be very committed to this space. So I will vote to approve with principal managing 6 employees, 3 security as needed, recorded music, karaoke, with dancing, no DJs, no promoters, and midnight close across the board.
Commissioner Ford.
So we still don't have responses, from the community board or police department?
Well, we weren't looking for responses from them. We were looking for the applicant to provide the letters that the applicant said they had from both the police and the community board.
And they haven't done that.
No.
So,
Well, the attorney or representative Vivian Tazaki has never responded to any of the emails.
all right. Well, in that case, I'm okay with the conditions as stipulated by Commissioner Dan.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to vote to deny. I just don't. I mean, we denied this previously, and in the decision wrote we're not comfortable granting a license to an inexperienced principal seeking a license for a location with a troubled history, especially with the applicant's proposed method of operation. The method of operation proposed here is exactly the same, and the history obviously remains the same. So and that history includes a cancellation and a revocation.
No DJ, no promoters. Tom.
Right.
And 12 a.m.
12 closed across the board.
Across the board.
Next item is 823, Gary Cole.
This is 7 charges after hearing. Sustained 1 and 2, dismissed 3. Sustained 4, 5, and 6, dismissed 7. There is a significant adverse history at this place, most of which are similar to the charges that were sustained here.
Yeah, let me also say for the record that the board considered, based on the way matters were handled by counsel's office before I arrived, a couple of early charges against this location have been kicking around for a while. My understanding is there are 4 NOPs out. The board ruled on one in April, which is the first hearing that was concluded, although that was, of the pending charges, the most recent in time. So this is earlier conduct. But at the time the board ruled in April, it was unaware that this was repeat conduct because the earlier charges had not been heard yet. And there are other cases and I do not believe it's appropriate for the board to consider other cases that are in the process of going to hearing, but the other 2 cases are scheduled for hearing. One of them is halfway through hearing. So even though we're getting these in reverse order, I do not know that it's fair to conclude that the fine that was imposed for the most recent conduct was imposed at a time when the board was fully aware of whether or not there was repeat issues occurring at this location. And there is adverse history going back to 2013, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times the board has imposed discipline on this location.
And most of this, or more than half of the adverse history is from 2015 going forward.
I will also say, in fairness for the record, that we do have a mitigation letter, or a controversial letter, that seeks to try to cap at a fine level, a variety of the pending conduct, including what the board has already ruled on. This case and other cases in the pipeline, I do not believe that the board has before it the ability to cut a deal on all of these cases at this point.
No, they're not.
Based on the way that this licensee has decided to handle these cases and take each one to hearing.
All right.
They can
Commissioner Fan?
operate under SAPA for this long?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, with all these cases out there, licensing is not going to grant the renewal until they're resolved.
Understood.
My understanding is that the hearings on these charges have also been delayed by the fact that prosecutors who've been on these cases have left the agency while handling them. So that's part of the reason why we're sitting here with a delay, which is something obviously that we would rather not happen, but doesn't reflect the lack of interest in prosecuting these cases.
No, the main delay is obviously the last 5 months.
Correct.
We haven't done any hearings.
Okay, then, Commissioner Fan.
I appreciate what counsel is saying. The licensee has paid $11,000 since July of 18 for all kinds of different charges. I'm at $10,000 penalty.
Commissioner Ford.
Since these were 2 years ago, I would go a little bit lower than that. I'd be willing to go to 8,000.
Chairman Bradley.
Wow. I'm at revoking bond and a 2-year prescription. So there we are.
That means we're nowhere.
Does anybody want to move a little bit on their proposal?
I'll go down to cancel and bond, but that's as far as I'll go. And a name stop and location stop.
All right.
Well, so you guys can split the difference, but I'm not.
All right, I'll go to cancel and bond.
Okay.
All right. You win. I'll go with you too.
Because that's where I would be at the next case anyway, so I might stay for $10,000.
All right, then the next item, 824, Sapphire Lounge, Inc. It's a request for reconsideration.
So this is a reconsideration on the failure to restore the bond. There was generally a $500 fine imposed for the failure to restore bond, and the licensee for some reason expected us to take it out of the bond, which we had already imposed. So there was no bond to take the $500 out of it, so he had to restore the bond and then pay us the $500 fine.
There's an error in the memo you have from the prosecutor, that the bond we took was the correct amount pursuant to the delegation. It's a $1,000 bond. It would not have been a $500 bond.
So this is basically to reconsider to take the $500 penalty, which he has now sent a check in on.
So if we have a fine that is less than $1,000,
We don't deal. We used to deal with partial bond claims. We don't anymore.
right? So if you don't pay the $250 fine,
We take the bond.
you take the bond.
Right, and I
Okay.
think this prosecutor did not realize that change had been made a few years ago.
Okay. So the request is to reconsider and net this guy back $500 by him actually paying what the discipline was at this point.
No, I don't think he wants to pay anything.
Oh.
I think his position is, the way I understood it, he should be fined right now because we took the $1,000, $500 for both cases.
Right.
Which is not.
We ended up taking $1,000 for the first case because he didn't pay it. So we took the bond, and now he has another charge for failure to restore that.
I got you. Right. Okay.
And that is that general fine is
always
$500.
canceled. No. Well, for failure to restore the bond, if he doesn't restore it,
It's
it's
cancellation, right.
And he didn't restore it. He didn't restore it until just recently.
Right, but now we have to fine him for the charge.
I understand.
Go ahead.
So, Commissioner Fan?
I will rescind the cancellation and take the $500, but you will have to restore the bond, as Chairman said.
It's restored already, but he did, right.
Commissioner Ford?
I'll take the 500.
Chairman Bradley.
I will as well. And what was the other thing? Oh, and take the cancellation away. Oh, this is all those
Yeah.
cases.
Next item, 825. NCloud 69 Bar LLC.
This is a request for reconsideration of a Queen's Tavern wine license that was denied. The general basis, I think, for all three of us denying was the investment alleged by the applicant was $1,252, but there was at least $7,000 in rent payments made up front, and that's without any startup costs, buying liquor, buying food, buying whatever else you need to buy to start the restaurant. The request for reconsideration basically states that the $1,252 was all the applicant needed. There was no first month rent. He said that security deposit that we said required payment was actually not an expense but an asset. But nonetheless, it still requires $3,500 to pay for it to become an asset. And he does not address the money needed to buy the alcohol, the food. In my view, it still makes there was no real explanation of why the amount put it on the application was so low, and there was no acknowledgement that it was a mistake.
Also, for the record, the request for reconsideration cites a case called Matter of Farina as purported precedent for this case. Although I suppose reasonable minds or lawyers could differ, the Matter of Farina case did not involve a denial of an application based on suspicious financing. It concerned an applicant who said one thing about his financing and then used a different source of funds, and that led to discipline that the Court of Appeals ultimately overturned.
And so, Commissioner Fan on the request for reconsideration.
I vote no.
Commissioner Ford.
I think there's various explanations in the supplemental based at the fact that the place was substantially, a lot of investment was made into it with the renovations from the previous owner. There was some clarification about where the funding was coming from that they didn't elaborate on before. So I would vote to reconsider. Not saying I would vote. I did vote to approve. I'm not saying I would again, but I would vote to reconsider at least.
Chairman Bradley.
Yeah, I don't vote to reconsider. I mean, I don't. You know, he does talk about that. He acknowledges that they paid the security deposit. There's no explanation of where that $3,500 came from because it's clearly not enough. The $1,252 clearly was not enough to stock a bar. Even a tavern wine license is a significant amount of money, and there is no indication anywhere that I assume that there was not a liquidator's permit here that he purchased that alcohol on the sale.
No.
So that means he would have had to stock the bar, the food. We're talking about thousands of dollars that is unexplained.
Even if he had purchased the alcohol, he would have to tell us where that money came from.
Right.
The next item, 826, TJ Wine and Spirits, Inc., another request for reconsideration.
A lot of those.
Yeah.
This is a liquor store in Flushing that we denied. There's not much more I can say about that. They didn't really offer any reasons for why we should reconsider other than we were wrong.
All right, on the request for reconsideration, Commissioner Fan.
I vote no.
Commissioner Ford.
I vote no to reconsider as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I vote no.
Can we take 5?
Yes.
All right, we're going to take a brief recess at 11:50.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fan, Commissioner Ford, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, we're going to go back on the record now. After a brief recess, the next item, 827, Chelsea 191 Corp.
This is a new on-premises in Manhattan. It's a restaurant with 3 employees, no security. Applicant will be the manager. Recorded music, no live music, DJ, karaoke, jukebox, or dancing.
You want me to?
The application actually conflicts with itself about who owns stock in this place. Yeah, you might as well explain that.
Well, this is a location that was previously operated by Besim Kukac, whose license was revoked. He also had another location revoked at the same time, a location that was doing business as Maria Pia. And the question the community board raises, and that I certainly raise, is whether or not this new licensee, this applicant for this place, whose name is Maria Guarneri, is associated with Mr. Kukac, whose license has been revoked. She claims to have no relationship with him, even though her name is Maria Pia, which was the name of the place that he previously owned and was also revoked. She lives in Florida, apparently. The address that she puts in Florida, she says she lived at over a period that actually overlaps her mid-period managing the restaurant that became Maria Pia, which is an inconsistency. There's also some inconsistencies in the application about who owns what shares of the business and what her title is. I think at one point she's the president, and at another she's the vice president. But anyway, she has not explained. I don't understand how Maria Pia Guarneri, who managed a restaurant that Besim Kukac took over in 2014 and changed to the name Maria Pia at around that time, could have no relationship with him. Also note that this application went before the community board at the same time as 2 other applications for Besim Kukac's revoked licenses went before the community board, all 3 at the same time on January 24th.
Do we know? Do we know if they were all 3 the same rep, or we don't know that yet? Same representative?
I don't know who the representative was.
The rep on this
Oh,
one
that's
is
right.
Vivian Tozaki.
He switches representatives around.
That's
Okay.
true, actually. He has appeared with multiple representatives before the board.
Right. Yeah, Mr. Flynn. I remember him. That
And
was
I will add to what counsel was saying that the license was revoked on December 18 of 19. The notification given to community board for this new application is 3 days after. And so I would think that the person who is getting revoked has a lot to do with the next applicant. Otherwise, there's no way for the next applicant to come in so quickly.
No, she was just walking by the place the next day, saw the for sale sign.
All right, then, Commissioner Fan, you ready to vote?
I vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Ford?
I vote to deny. I vote to deny as well. There's something like not copacetic about this. So I vote to deny as well.
Chairman Bradley.
It's a hard denial on my part. Can we put a name stop and location stop on that place too?
Sure.
What does that do?
So it would come to us anyway.
Anybody, yeah, right, the cancellation would trigger that, but anybody else who's
Right.
applying at that location would have to go before the members.
All 4 of the locations that he was revoked.
And now, and you want any applications by these 2 individuals to go before you?
But yes.
Next item, 828. Mr. C's Pub, Inc., to request for employment of a felon.
So the licensee has submitted a petition for approval to employ a Miss Shelby Sharondon as an employer in the kitchen and maintenance and doing maintenance duties The employee has a 2018 felony conviction for which she's on probation, and they are looking for a waiver to allow her to work at the tavern.
I will vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
Oh, I keep muting myself. I'm sorry. I vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley?
Sometimes I wish I would do that to myself. I will approve as well.
Next item, 829, Pizza Bar Incorporated. This is another request to extend a conditional approval.
They are asking, it expired June 17th of 2020. They're asking for an extension until September 1st. We might as well go beyond that. 6 months?
6 months, it's okay. Does that make it December 17, 2020?
Yes.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm okay with that as well. December.
Chairman Bradley?
I will do the, I'll approve that as well.
All right, then the next item is 830, Allen Street Hospitality LLC.
This is
I
going
would just note that the applicant's attorney originally contacted the Secretary's office, requested that this matter be held over so he can get some submissions in. It was advised that, as is our standing practice, we would refer the matter to the members.
what submissions? We got a supplemental.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Subsequent to that, there were submissions done. I don't know if he had planned to submit anything else, but
This was before the supplementals?
this was before that, yes.
It's up, I'll leave it up to them.
There are a lot of outstanding issues here, so I will vote to hold this matter over.
So do you know what your issues are? Because we can make sure that he answers those questions too. If you have some that you know of.
I mean, it's more just, I think that, I mean, honestly, if the applicant and the community board can have another go around, I think that would be easier for everyone involved, just because the 500-foot hearing did not come out in favor of the applicant. And so if you look at it conservatively, we pretty much have to don't want to take that position. So I don't have specific, questions. I just perhaps want to ask them to have another go around.
Well, yeah, and just to augment what she's saying, I think it behooves everybody on both sides to try to work these things out, because at the end of the day, neither person is going to be happy with what we do, and I will make sure of that.
Exactly.
So some of the stuff they're asking for is clearly ridiculous, and I think some of the stuff the community board is asking for is unrealistic, because the bottom line is the hotel was built there. I think it was, it's the applicant's problem that the selection was a neighborhood that does not want these things, and we do listen to them in that regard. So it clearly makes everybody's life easier if they can come to more agreements than they have, and I don't think they've come to any.
Right. I'll just say that it looks like an impasse was created because there was some talk about the location on Allen Street being the subject of legislation, and when that didn't turn out to happen, it looked like the parties one party or the other walked away from discussing this any further. And
just to an update, I just received an email from the applicant's attorney saying they do not want an adjournment. They put their papers in.
Okay.
So with that,
he must be live streaming.
with that, about as live as I can get. With that, Commissioner Fan, do you still want to hold the matter over?
So there is no request to have it held over?
The applicant's attorney just emailed me a minute ago saying that, I guess they're watching, they do not want an adjournment, that their papers have been put in. They're ready to proceed on what's before you.
Then I am too. I think Commissioner Pan made a very astute point, but if they don't want to listen to it, then that's fine.
So with that, Commissioner Fan, do you still want to vote to hold it over, or do you want to go ahead and enact on the merits of the application?
You know, I just want to have a discussion. I mean, going back to what council was saying about the Allen Street exit, I realize that the stations have already fallen apart and that session has already ended and perhaps the legislative solution is no longer on the table. However, generally speaking, I do think that there is a lot of community benefit to having the exit of the hotel on the Allen Street side, because Orchard Street is a one-lane, very, very narrow street with not a lot of commercial activity. And if you have to pull hotel parking on that street and then people are coming in and out and there's really no way to double park on that street, it's really, really congested there. So.
But I think just to be clear that that ship has probably sailed already.
And there's some indication in that from the community board letter that we got, where they state that the representative, having appeared before the community board, they talked about the stipulations, but proposed that public venues apply and quote to the SLA, quote, to see what they can get.
And I think at this point the entrance is built, right? I mean, this is not something
they redesigned.
Yeah, I think that as far as the entrance goes, everything else obviously is on the table. But as far as the entrance go, I think they changed it at the request of the community board when they could not get a legislative fix. Well, they changed it because of the 200-foot rule.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so I'm ready to vote on the application.
Okay. And Commissioner Fan?
Well, we got to do this.
What?
Chairman's got to run down what it
Oh,
is.
she's willing to what?
Go ahead and vote.
Oh, okay. Go
Yes.
ahead. Yeah.
So go ahead.
Are we going
Commissioner.
to that we're going to vote on the application?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, no. Wait. So we're gonna. Are you? Is the vote that we're gonna adjourn it or vote on the application?
Well, Commissioner Fan's vote was to hold it over.
Okay.
So, I mean, we can go through and see if, do you want to vote to hold it over?
But she just changed that.
Yes.
Okay. No, I don't.
All right,
but if
so-
we're gonna vote on the application, we got to go through
All right.
every
that issue?
aspect of
Okay.
this application, which is, I think we need to take it licensed area by licensed area is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So why don't we look at the applicant's counsel's letter that was in the supplemental dated July 10, 2020. There is a chart on there.
Yep.
Commissioner Roberts, are you comfortable that this is an accurate representation of what the proposed method of operation is and what the CB3 resolution is? Are you comfortable with this information on here?
Yes.
Okay.
And just so the record is clear, there is significant opposition to this, as well as support, but the neighborhood opposition is obviously very strong.
And it looks like there's 8 separate licensed areas that there is a dispute over, including both inside and outside space.
All right, so just so I'm clear, or as I'm noting things for record, we're now going to use as the application before us, and also looking at the community board's position, the chart that's on Mr. Bernstein's latest letter, not what's in the application, if there's any difference in it.
Page 4 and 5.
Well, I'm going to look at both.
Well, yeah.
Well, the thing is, either we're using what's in the application, and that's what he's applying for, or he's changing it, and now it's what's in here.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're trying to say.
Right,
yeah.
the information that's on the memo that's before you is the documentation that should be used, which would accurately reflect what is in that chart. So, going off of the memo cover page that you have for the description of the premises, the method of operation is what we should consider, which should be reflective of the chart that he had submitted.
Right.
So the memo is what we should be using. foot is consistent with that chart.
Right.
So can you just, as we go through it, make sure it is? Adam?
Well,
I will do my best.
Okay.
Right. He's also making representations in this chart about what the CB resolution
agreed
is,
to.
which may or may not be accurate. But my review of this, I spent some time with it. I thought he had it right.
Okay.
All right, then, so using what's in the memo. All right, then. How do you want to approach this, Commissioner?
So through the method of operation probably is
Right.
where you want to start.
Yes. So the lobby bar cafe. They're asking.
That's the
asking
hotel.
and what I'll do is just go through the memo, and then you guys can use the chart as guidance. But I'll read the memo out about what they're asking for, and then we'll determine what they get.
Sounds good.
So it's a hotel with 80 employees, 1 to 2 security personnel with a manager to be hired. It's 16 floors with a cellar. The max occupancy, interior occupancy, is 669. The lobby bar cafe will be licensed. They're asking for operating from 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. daily with recorded background music and DJs. It appears that the community board requested allowed a 24-hour daily check-in, which is what they asked for, a 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. operations, and wanted only ambient background recorded music, no DJ, no live music, no promoted events, no scheduled performances, no cover fees. They want no open fixed facade, no open doors or they want a closed fixed facade, no open doors or windows, accessible only by the main hotel entrance. The licensee is asking for all windows and doors closed by 10 p.m. daily, accessible by main hotel entrance.
Right. But this is even on this as to this, from what you just read, it's different from the chart because in his
I read the chart.
in his chart he's agreeing no DJ.
Oh, so the memo, he changed the
He
memo.
changed it from the memo to the chart.
No, he's not just no DJ. He's saying no DJ live promoted events, scheduled performances, or cover fees.
Correct. He appears applicants now intended method of operation, and this is their most recent statement as to what it is. They've
You're right.
agreed with the community board on that.
So the only thing they differ on in the cafe is the windows and the facade.
Right.
All right,
So that's
does
what we're voting on. The rest of it
All
they
right.
agree on.
All right, so does that mean you want to go off of the chart then?
No, we're going to do both. He's going to read the chart as I read the memo, and he's going to explain what the difference is.
All right, because I just need to track.
So go off the memo, and then if there's a difference, he will tell you.
All right, so.
So the open issue on the hotel lobby between the community board,
It's a lobby, and there's a cafe there as well.
the lobby and cafe, is whether or not it will have a closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows, or allow windows and doors but closed at 10 p.m. daily.
Correct.
I will vote to allow all windows and doors to close by 10 p.m. daily.
All right, so at the lobby, it's going to be 6 a.m. to 2 a.m., recorded background music and DJs.
No,
7 a.m.
Well,
to 10 p.m.
No
Well-
DJs.
So,
I do not think.
Ambient background music,
all
period.
right,
That's
so
it.
that's what's in the. That's what my problem is. You're going by what's in the chart.
Yes, but he told you, he changed what was in the...
Well, I-
No, I'm going by what's on the memo. They originally asked for all that, then they changed it in the chart. He acknowledged that was changed in the chart.
Because that's
So why should we not rely on the chart?
Well,
Because I want to make sure what the community board... All right, just go off the chart, that's fine.
okay, that's. I just want to make sure we're using the same document to decide what the.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, the chart
So
actually makes it.
with the chart then, and that has 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. All right.
Correct.
All right.
The entire box of applicant's intended method of operation for hotel lobby lounge.
Pretending
This
that
one-
is what is now the application.
Yes.
If there's any difference.
And that and Commissioner Fan voted in favor of that box.
Correct.
Right. Commissioner Ford.
I'm okay with all closed by 10.
So as far as, do you have that box in front of you?
Yes, I do.
All right. So you're agreeable to as it's presented by the applicant.
All windows and doors closed by 10 p.m. daily.
No, but the
The
entire,
rest of it is identical to the CB, so yes, he does.
but it's not identical to what's in
Correct,
the
but
memo.
he's-
That's what I'm trying to
he's
get
fine.
approve of. All right. All right. So we're going down to the second box there. For
No, I got to vote.
Okay.
I vote that it should be a closed fixed facade, no open doors or windows. And then the rest of it is fine.
Sorry, can I just clarify? How did Commissioner Ford vote?
The way you did.
Okay.
All right then. For the Allen Street side, the interior restaurant and bar.
So
Do you guys wanna-
that's the ground floor restaurants? Which
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
kind of like three separate, but it's all one place.
Mm-hmm.
So what the applicant wants is 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, 6 a.m. to 4 a.m. Thursday to Saturday, ambient background recorded music, DJ. They want a DJ with sound limiter in G2 Thursday to Saturdays and private events only, and in G3, which is the area of the restaurant they're talking about, DJ for private events only. No live promoted events, scheduled performances, or cover fees. Windows and doors facing Allen Street closed by 10 p.m. Windows and doors closed when DJ is playing. No open windows and doors on Rivington Street. The community board, according to this chart, has requested 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. daily closing, ambient background recorded music, no DJ, no live music, no promoted events, scheduled performances or cover fees. Close any facade door and window on Allen Street north of interior courtyard by 10 p.m. daily or when amplified music is played. Close fixed facade with no open doors or windows.
So the rub is on hours,
Windows. And
windows, and the DJ. The applicant is okay with no live promoted events, scheduled performances, but asks for a DJ and ambient background recorded music.
I guess the hour is probably a good place to start. So the applicant's looking for 6 to 4 a.m. Thursday to Saturday,
As opposed to
as
six.
opposed to 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. or a.m. daily, as the community board would like.
Commissioner Fan.
I will vote for the applicant's hours, 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, 6 a.m. to 4 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. As far as music, I would go with the community board.
Commissioner Fan.
Yes,
Let's just do that. I think as Deputy Commissioner
that's
Roberts.
fine. You can do it one at a
The
time.
hours
I'm sorry.
first. It'll be easier for me to keep track of all this.
Yes, yes.
All right. Commissioner Ford.
I'm fine with that too.
Chairman
2
Bradley.
a.m.
I would do 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. daily.
All right then. For the entertainment.
I will go with this is a restaurant for a hotel. While I think that 4 a.m. would be good for the hotel customers, I do not think they need a DJ. And so I will vote for ambient background music only. And
That's it for now. Okay.
Commissioner Ford.
Ambient background, recorded music only.
Chairman Bradley.
ambient background music only. And to be clear, that means no live, no DJ, no promoted event, no scheduled performances, and no cover fees.
All right, that'll all be in there. Yeah. All right, then with respect to the windows and doors,
I will go
What
with I'm sorry. I will go with windows and doors facing Allen Street, closed by 10.
okay, Commissioner Ford.
And that's with no amplified music, I assume, right?
Well, there shouldn't be
that's-
any anyway.
That's the rub now. Since there's no amplified music, I think there's a agreement that they close at 10, right?
Correct. Well, they don't. The area they didn't say. So the community board is requesting close at 10 north of interior courtyard by 10, and I'm assuming that the applicant is saying the same thing because they're saying windows and doors facing Allen closed by 10. I don't know that there's any windows south of the interior courtyard. But yeah, they both agree at 10, so we can just put the
10. All right.
And since there's no DJ, that's the last point is not an issue.
Right.
So if we just say,
and what's the closed fixed facade with no open doors or window? I mean, that must be Rivington Street.
yeah,
And they both agree on that.
yes.
Yes, it appears. Well, I don't know.
Well, they're saying no open windows or doors.
Do you have can you see a diagram?
Yeah, it's in there.
I know, I just don't
I
have
think
it.
I pulled one out. Hold on.
So the lobby has the windows and doors facing both.
Both streets.
Both
That's what it
streets.
sounds like.
I mean, the applicant says no open windows or doors in Rivington Street. The CB says closed fixed facade with no open doors or windows.
I mean, the diagrams are difficult.
They only want the facade door and window on Allen Street north of the interior courtyard to be open at all.
So here's the ribbon. Here's a diagram
I think I figured this out.
of the lobby and the restaurants downstairs. There are windows on Rivington.
Are there windows facing Allen Street? Right. So this is the point. That the community board is saying that they don't want any windows or doors open at any time other than those that are north of the interior courtyard, and those need to be closed by 10 daily. The applicant is saying they want all the windows and doors facing Allen Street open until 10 o'clock. And then I think there's agreement that
Rivington.
the
should be
Riving
shut.
Street would not have open windows or doors.
So who are we going with? All of Allen, or just north of the
Right.
Interior courtyard.
interior courtyard?
Commissioner Fan?
Yes, that's fine.
Which though? All of Allen Street open until 10, or just north of the interior courtyard?
I can do the whole street. I imagine the design is already done.
That's fine.
Okay. Commissioner Ford?
I agree with Commissioner Pan. The design is probably already done.
Cameron Brown?
Yeah, just
And then no, I'll agree with that. And then no open windows on Rivington Street. Correct?
Correct.
Now we're dealing with Orchard Street.
Yes. The applicant on the Orchard Street. These are two
The sidewalk
sidewalk.
cafes.
Yeah, they're two sidewalk cafes. One is on Orchard Street with 3 tables, 12 seats, and one is on Allen Street with 17 tables and 68 seats. Where is Orchard though?
It's on the north side.
And Orchard is where the main door is.
It's,
Which
oh,
is
I
a-
see. Okay, there's 6. Okay, so 3 of these tables. The Orchard Street cafe is right beside the hotel entrance, and then the Allen Street Cafe is on the other side of the building. They want hours for the Orchard Street Sidewalk Cafe from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Sunday to Wednesday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Thursday to Saturday. Why don't we just do the Orchard Street right there?
Well, yeah, because the community board says no sidewalk cafe on
They don't want
Orchard
any
Street.
sidewalk.
They don't want any cafe on Orchard Street. So we'll just do the Orchard Street Cafe right now.
All right. Commissioner Fan.
So as I mentioned before, if the hotel entrance, it's going to be on Orchard Street, which is a one-lane, very narrow street. That sidewalk also is extremely narrow, and so I think there is a congestion problem there. And I would vote for no sidewalk cafe on the Orchard Street side.
Commissioner Ford.
I will go along with Commissioner Fan on that. No sidewalk on Orchard Street.
Chairman Bradley.
Yeah, I'm going to no sidewalk cafe on Orchard Street.
All right, then on the
So now we're at
Allen Street.
Allen Street Cafe. They want 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday to Wednesday, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. Thursday to Saturday. The community board wants 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Sundays. They both agree there'll be no music.
They're also
There's a dispute
And
over
whether it's tops or four tops.
right.
Oh, they want one row of two tops, the community board on Allen, and the
Community board.
applicant wants one row of four tops on Allen. So you're basically the community board is asking us to cut the
half the seats.
half the seats in the sidewalk cafe, presumably to
Make it narrower.
yeah.
Yeah, so I would say that two tops is really not realistic. I have been down that road before, and what they end up doing is they put a circular table and they put as many chairs as they can around it, or at least the customers will do it. So I don't think the two top restriction is realistic. And so for this portion of the application, will vote with the applicant's intended method of operation, where they ask for, I suppose I can do 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday to Wednesday, and 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Thursday to Saturday, since the Allen Street side is a busier traffic side, and I feel comfortable putting a sidewalk cafe there until 11 p.m. However, no music, no cafe on Rivington Street, and I will support one row of four tops on Allen Street.
So 17 tables with 68 seats. Okay.
All right, so Commissioner Ford, just kind of recap. So Commissioner Fan voted for the four tops, the row of four tops, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday to Wednesday, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. on Thursday to Saturday, and
No music.
no music, which is what both have agreed to.
So as far as the hours go, she didn't say she's not agreeing with the applicant or community board. We've come up with a different schedule of hours. Is that
Gave them
correct?
an extra hour Sunday to Wednesday.
Which they can use or not use. She gave it to them on the front end. So
Okay.
they don't want to open at 8. They don't have to.
Okay. I'm all right with that. One thing you have to explain to me, when I think of the four tops, I think of the Temptations and Honey Pie Sugar Bun. You know, what does four tops mean?
Don't tell
Two
them.
tops.
Please don't tell them. You play in bands in bars for how many years and you don't know what a four top is?
I've never.
It means four people around a table.
Square table, four table.
Table with 4 seats.
Why doesn't it just say 4 seats?
Because they like to think
All right.
they're cool in the restaurant lingo.
Lingo, buddy.
All right.
Did you sing Sugar Pie Honey?
Do we need to have a discussion about the Four Seasons?
Adam is contradicting. He thinks that he has the wrong band.
No, they're
So
from
there's
New
a Temptation?
Jersey. We don't want to talk about anybody else.
Temptation sing
All right
Mark.
then.
I will vote with
Wait, we gotta get
Oh, okay. Go
Commissioner
ahead.
Ford,
I'm good with that. Yes.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm good with that as well.
All right, moving on.
We are now at the lobby exterior courtyard that will have 6 tables with 24 seats. It's actually between the G2 and the G3 interior restaurant and the G2 more casual restaurant on the other side. You have to walk through that to get from one to the other. They want 24 seats. The applicant wants food and alcohol service 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily, accessible from Rivington Street or the main hotel entrance. If they go from Rivington Street, they would have to walk through the restaurant, casual restaurant, to get to the outdoor cafe. The community board wants no service out there.
They want no service.
They will permit it to be open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Sundays. No music. The applicant doesn't talk about music there.
Is that our issue though?
What?
The method of
Well,
operation.
I think what they're saying is they don't want service. It doesn't mean they can't drink there.
No, the applicant says no music. It's on the next page.
Oh, I missed that. Okay, so I missed that.
So people could buy a drink inside and walk out onto the.
That's the way I'm reading it. The doors and window. The applicant
I
wants the
see.
doors and windows, including canopy, closed by 10 p.m. daily. No music. The sound canopy. Doors and the community board wants doors and windows closed at all times. Soundproof based off sound engineers' recommendations, and a sound canopy during all hours of operation. So, why don't we first start? Should there be food and alcohol service in the courtyard with 24 seats?
Commissioner Fan?
I'm looking at the drawing. Could it be that this exterior space will be used in conjunction with the restaurant titled G2?
It's going to be
Or
used with one or the other, I
separate?
think. Yes.
I
think you're right, because it's G2T. It would be a company G2.
There's a reference somewhere in the application that this was used in conjunction with the restaurant.
Yes.
Or restaurants. I think there's
Okay.
actually 2.
Well, one is G3,
Area,
the
right.
other is G2.
Okay. In which case, given its location, that I would imagine that if it's noisy, it's closer to the Allen Street side, which has traffic noise as well. And because perhaps it will be used an exterior space for the Rivington restaurant, I'm comfortable voting to allow food and alcohol service.
Commissioner Ford?
Sorry, it's muted. I'm okay with that as well.
Chairman Bradley?
Yes, I'm okay with that as
All right,
well.
now
Okay,
the
go ahead.
hours. The hours of operation.
So as I said, the applicant wants 7 to 10 p.m. daily. The community board wants 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Sundays.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm okay with 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily.
Commissioner Ford?
I am as well.
Chairman Bradley?
Yeah, I don't understand why they would care when it opened. So, because it's breakfast in a hotel, that I have no issue with. So now the next issue is music.
No.
No music.
Oh, no music
Next
is
issue
agreeable.
is doors and windows.
All right, so the applicant wants doors and windows, including the canopy, closed by 10 p.m. daily. The community board wants doors and windows closed at all times.
Commissioner Fan?
I would be comfortable with doors and windows, including the canopy closed by 10 p.m.
Commissioner Ford?
Same here.
Chairman Bradley?
I would keep them closed permanently.
There's no music out there. Why does the community board care if they start serving breakfast in an interior
Courtyard.
courtyard?
I don't know.
Why this? It's like,
I believe-
what neighbors?
So wait, there are two other issues the community board asked about.
Well,
They wanted soundproof based off sound engineers' recommendations. I don't think that's necessary because there's no music. And they want a sound canopy during all hours of operation. That may be necessary if the roof is open.
the applicant also has sound canopy.
I know, but he's not clear. He's not clear what he's talking about. So, do we want the sound canopy during all hours of operation?
Commissioner Fan,
Yes.
Commissioner Ford,
Yes.
Chairman Bradley.
Yes.
All right. Do you want to address the sound proofing because of recommendations?
No, because I don't think there's no music, so I don't think
All
this
right.
is relevant.
All right, then moving on to the second floor terrace facing Allen Street.
So now we're up to the second floor.
15 more floors to go.
This is a outdoor cafe. The applicant would like food and alcohol service 9 a.m. to 12 a.m. Why don't we stick with that? Because the community board wants no food or alcohol service, and they want 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., which I don't know why they would care if there's no way to get alcohol up there unless you walk, if there's no service. So is there going to be food and alcohol service on the terrace?
Commissioner Fan,
I just want to answer the question. I think that what they're concerned about is loud noise because that whole street is really low tenement buildings with this one hotel sticking up. And so a second floor outdoor terrace would actually be the equivalent of, a second floor apartment. And it may actually be people talking outside someone's window on the second floor.
No, I'm sure. I just am pointing out that if it's on the second floor and there's no alcohol or food service, no one's going.
Well, people will be talking out there if it's space to hang out. I mean, given COVID and all that, I think people are, trying to use more outdoor spaces and congregate outside.
okay, so then on the issue of the food and alcoholic beverage service,
I would vote with the community board of no food or alcohol service on the second floor terrace facing Allen Street.
Commissioner Ford,
I'm going to go with Commissioner Fan's recommendation, no food, alcohol service.
Chairman Bradley.
No food, no alcohol service.
All right.
And now the hours. They want 9 to 12. I mean, do we have any oversight over this?
We would
Not
have
licensed?
oversight with respect to consumption.
So they could keep it open all night.
That's
All right. So the hours, but it's only as to consumption. 9 a.m. to 12 a.m. is what the applicant wants. The community board would like 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
I would say 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. if alcohol were to be brought out to this specific terrace facing Allen Street.
well, it would be 8.
Well, whatever. Commissioner Ford.
I thought there is no food or alcohol service on.
No,
on
but there
It's
could
not
be
service.
It could be consumption. So the question is, when do you want to allow consumption on that area?
There's no bar on the second floor, though.
That's what I'm
Is
saying.
there an
Nobody's
interior,
going.
is there an
Nobody's
interior
going.
staircase that goes up
Yeah,
there?
there is. I'm looking at the
Who's
thing.
going to walk up the stairs with it? Besides you. We'll all go there and we'll walk the stairs.
Yeah, they'll go out there.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with someone bringing something to eat or drink out there.
No, the question is that the hours. So it's either going to be 9 a.m. to 12 a.m. or 8 a.m. to 7 p.m.
I'll do 8 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Chairman Bradley.
I will do the same. So the next one, the service bar is obviously a non-issue because we voted no service. They both agree with no music. The community board would like access only with hotel guests. The applicant would like open to the public. I think that's probably less of an issue since there's no service, but we'll decide it anyway.
How are they going to police that?
So, Commissioner Fan, should the terrace be open to the public or just the hotel guests?
Oh, I actually think that's probably more a hotel consideration. I mean, it's more a safety policy. I'm okay with it being open to the public, just because
Yeah,
there are
we-
people that are coming into the restaurant.
Yeah, we can't ask them to police that if we're not letting them serve.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm okay for it to be open to the public as well.
And we're not here, bro.
Access through the hotel they agree on. The applicant would like soundproofing consistent with the sound report if sound exceeds legal limits, and the community board appears to be asking for the same thing. So I think we're actually. Why is it highlighted then if they're not?
Because they want to, I don't know what the community board means by soundproofing, but the applicant is saying we're only going to do it if a sound report exceeds legal limits.
Versus
I
community boards keep soundproof everything.
I think the way we voted, there will not be sound issues coming from there. Hopefully.
Okay. So you're voting with the applicant on that.
Yes.
I am as well.
Commissioner Ford?
Same here.
Next, we have the interior roof restaurant.
What floor is that on? 16?
On the 17,
Oh, here it is.
So there's a roof, there's an enclosed roof, and then there's terraces off the roof.
Right.
So the applicant would like hours of 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, and 6 a.m. to 4 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. The community board would like 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. daily. Where are we?
I will go with 6 a.m. to 2 a.m. daily.
Commissioner Ford?
6 a.m. to 2 a.m. daily.
Chairman Bradley?
6 a.m. to 2 a.m.
All right, then the...
Do you have a chart of that?
With regards to music, community board would like ambient background recorded music. The applicant is asking for the ambient background music, but the difference being they would also like a DJ with a sound limiter.
So with respect to the DJ, Commissioner Fan?
No DJ. Ambient.
Commissioner Ford?
No DJ and
Chairman Bradley?
No DJ. And
The windows being closed.
so the applicant wants closed windows and doors by 10 p.m. daily, and the community board would like closed windows and doors facing Allen by 10 p.m. or when there's amplified sound, which there won't be, and close fixed facade Orchard Street with no open doors or
So
windows.
they want to close the CB wants to close the Orchard Street side, and they're in agreement on 10 p.m. on the Allen Street side.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm sorry. Can we
Read
just
that
walk?
to her.
I just need to go back to the floor plan really quickly. What's open? Is it open or is it a window?
So they have there's the majority of the restaurant is interior, but they do have an exterior terrace on Allen and another exterior terrace on, it looks like Rivington. Is that Rivington, Gary?
No, it's Orchard.
Orchard, I'm sorry.
The next two
So they're on
sections.
opposite sides of the building from each other. The interior has 9 tables, 23 seats, 1 stand-up bar with 8 bar stools, and the exterior collectively has 18 tables and 38 seats. The bigger exterior appears to be on Allen Street, though. That has 12 tables and 21 seats, whereas the terrace on Orchard has 6 tables with 17 seats.
But before you even get there, there's a question of whether or not the windows and doors to those locations.
Where are you getting those numbers from?
His chart. The applicant's chart that he handed in, his diagram.
Okay, that says 20, because you said 21. It's 24 for the
Allen.
Allen Street Terrace and 20 for the Orchard Street Terrace.
That's what it says on the chart now.
Right, those aren't the numbers you just gave.
The chart is
so
supposed
they
to be
changed
diagram.
them. So whatever the chart says go with, that's what
Right.
he's asking for.
Okay.
But the diagram has different numbers.
All right then. So back to the.
So right now we're only on the interior roof restaurant. We're not dealing the terraces. We're going to deal with separately.
Okay. But the opening to the terrace, I have concerns about. So if we look at the rooftop floor plan, do you guys have that page? I can't read it very clearly, but I want to understand on this plan, where is Orchard Street and where is Allen Street? I just want to make sure that I'm getting
So
it accurate.
do you see the restrooms?
Do I see the restrooms? This is actually very hard to read.
Well, the elevators. Do you see the elevators?
Yes.
So the restrooms are right next to the elevators.
Yes.
Then that side is the Orchard Street side.
That side is the Orchard Street side.
Yes.
And is that closed off with just windows, or what is the material that's being used on the outside of the interior rooftop?
It's really just the restrooms block out most of it, and then there's two doors that go out to the terrace, and then there might be windows. I can't tell if they're windows or not. Can you, Gary, that are on the bar side there?
I think that's still an open question because they're asking that this be a closed fixed facade.
The part by the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that could be windows right there by the bar all the way to the left.
That's what the question is here. The dispute here is whether or not the Orchard Street side will have any windows. So the applicant wants the windows to be there and be able to be open until 10 p.m. and the community board does not want open. I guess the windows could be there but closed.
Right.
And they want there has to be doors there. They just don't want them open.
They don't want them open.
So there would be two doors, and it looks like at maximum 4 or 5 windows.
This is 16th floor. There's no tall. Are there tall buildings?
All right, in which case I will go with the community board, close windows and doors on facing Allen Street side, and close fixed facade on the Orchard Street side with no open doors or windows. But I will forego the security guard.
All right, Commissioner Ford?
Say that again, Commissioner Fan. I'm sorry.
I'm just voting with the community board. There will be closed windows and doors on the side facing Allen Street by 10 p.m. And then there will be a closed fixed facade on the Orchard Street side, just because that side is much more narrow, and sound can, in theory, travel across the street very easily to low tenement housing across the street.
Okay. I'll go with that as well.
We're talking about.
Since Commissioner Fan already addressed it, what about the security guard? The applicant doesn't want a security guard there, the community board does.
I'm going to say they should have a security guard.
Okay. Chairman Bradley?
I will go with those two, except no security guard. So now we are on the Allen Street Terrace. The Allen Street Terrace says 24-person capacity. They have on their diagram 6 tables with 17 seats. They don't really say how many tables on their chart, but we'll go with 24-person capacity. 12 tables and 21 seats. They want 9 to 2 a.m. daily, no music, access through, and they want to be able to access it through the hotel. The community board wants 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. daily, no music, and access through the hotel. So we're talking about 3 hours on the Allen Street side.
How could you access it from other than through the hotel?
Dedicated elevator.
Oh, I see.
Right? Isn't that what they
Yeah,
want?
but they're in agreement on that. It's just
only-
an hours.
yeah.
It's just an hours dispute on this one. 11 p.m. or 2 a.m. The restaurant is open until 2 a.m.
I would go with 11 p.m.
Commissioner Ford?
11 p.m.
Chairman Bradley?
I would go with 2 just because this area is this is 16 floors, and it's going to be one of the largest buildings there. I mean, most of them are 4 floors, but it's 11 p.m.
All right, now we're going to go with the Orchard Street Terrace.
This is a 20-person capacity. They, on their diagram, have 6 tables with 17 seats. They want that to be open from 9 until 12 p.m. or to 12 a.m. daily, and the community board wants 11 p.m. And that everything else they've agreed on.
Commissioner Fan,
I will go with 11 p.m.
Commissioner Ford,
I'm okay with 12. It's the tallest building in the area, so
Chairman Bradley.
I'll go with 12. Since as Commissioner Fan pointed out, the Allen Street is a much busier street and wider.
Oh, but that's the second
That's
one.
the Orchard Street one.
That's Orchard Street.
Oh, okay. I'm going to go to 11 then. You're right.
All right, so we have 11 p.m. on both terraces by a vote of 2 to 1 each.
Yes. Although, inconsistently.
We got there.
Are we done?
We are done with, unless there's any other things you want to address. We are
Yeah,
done.
I think we should.
We've signed off on the method of operation.
Can we get a ruling no reconsideration on that?
No. We know that's coming. Well, the only thing, as Commissioner Fan pointed out, is Orchard Street is a wisp of a street. So do we want anything with waiting cars or anything like that? Because based on where the entrance of this place is, it's going to be congestion.
Is that
I'm asking them. It's up to them.
Is that our issue?
No, but yeah.
I frankly don't know if it's if they can really control the street traffic.
Well, I mean, as far as there shouldn't be waiting black cars. I mean, let's be honest. They built a hotel and put all these restaurants in it to attract people that aren't guests of the hotel. And
Right.
you're going to have significant numbers of people coming to this place. They're not taking the subway, given where it is. And as a result of them having to move the door, they have created now a bottleneck.
Yes.
But all right, we'll leave it.
I don't know.
I mean,
we're the only ones that could do it.
The community board could have put stipulations in place that made them
Well,
address that.
what could you do?
We just say no black cars.
No black cars on the street
Yeah.
on Orchard Street.
All right, we'll just leave it at that.
Leave it.
All right then. So with all those conditions signed off on,
Can you go through every one of them, Tom?
From memory.
No, I'm kidding.
with all those conditions signed off on, as far as the application itself, subject to the individual no votes. Chairman, Commissioner Fan,
yes, that's fine with me.
Commissioner Ford,
fine with me as well.
Chairman Bradley.
Yes, that's fine with me.
Gary, do you want to help me abbreviate on the license certificate?
Yeah. I've gotten a 100-page brief to 20 pages based on a court order without losing an argument.
And
How
with
many
it-
times did you change the font?
Well, no, you can't change the font.
Oh, 'cause it's
they trapped you on
Federal
that.
rules,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, with that, I'm now eligible for retirement. So, all right. The next item is 831, Muhammad Asghar Warich. It's a package store application.
This is a package store application in Mastic Beach, New York. The owner owns convenience stores. We don't have a lot of negative history. On the applicant, we have denied stores within 0.8 and 0.9 miles from this location in the last 2 years. And there are 4 stores within 2.47 miles. He has no, and I want to be clear, there's no adverse history with his grocery stores.
And for some reason, no protests. Right?
Not from what we had.
Not from what
But
we
we
know.
did disapprove a license 0.9 miles away
And 0.8.
on June 10th.
Of 2020, and then another one in 2018, 0.8 miles away. the premises was previously, or is a grocery store, and it's one owned by the applicant. The closest store is 1.37 miles. Okay.
All right then, Commissioner Fan.
I do not see a need for this extra store given our prior disapprovals, and so I will vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
We just denied one nearby because the full board felt that the area was sufficiently served by the other stores, but that one was to the west on the other side of Pattersquash Creek. But this one is to the east, and I think it would serve Mastic Beach on that east side of the creek down to the shore. Small at that, so I don't see another store on that side of Pattersquash Creek, so I vote to approve.
Chairman Bradley.
I vote to deny. We've denied 2 stores within under a mile of this place in the last 2 years. There's no evidence of a population increase. There's 4 stores at least within 2.47 miles, and it appears for me, based on the application, that he would simply be serving the same customer base, the same products that are already available in the closest store, so I don't see any public convenience and advantage.
The next item, 832, Lenny's West Indian Cookhouse, LLC.
This is a new restaurant wine application in Queens. It's a restaurant with 3 employees, no security guards, principal to manage. They want recorded music only, no DJ, no live, and no karaoke. They want hours of 6 to 11, or is that when the chef will be there? It looks like they want 6 to 11. The applicant
I think that's when the chef will be there.
The applicant had a license canceled in 2019, and his history is not stellar. There was a previous license here that was canceled in 2019, and a license was canceled here also in 2015. Okay, that's it. No protest.
Commissioner Fan.
I will vote to approve this restaurant wine license, 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. No outdoor service, recorded background music only, no DJ, no dancing, no karaoke, no promoters.
Hold on for a second, please.
God, is it hot in here or what?
Okay, Commissioner Ford.
I vote to approve as well. The hours, all of that.
Okay, Chairman Bradley.
I vote to deny. It's the principle and the location that he wants to open have similar histories in my mind, and that's only going to lead to similar issues that we've had in the past, so I vote to deny.
The next item, 833, Empire Wine and Spirits, LLC.
So this is a alteration to a liquor store here in Albany. They're looking to add. They're looking to go from 5,100 square feet to 12,950 retail square feet and a total square footage of 13,904 feet. He wants to add basically 8,750 square feet to the existing location. I do want to bring to your attention that this individual came onto my radar in April, I believe, correct? April or May, because of a complaint that came in, and we've had more than one complaint, I believe, regarding activity at his store in the middle of it basically was the height of the pandemic issue going on in New York State at the time, that he had moved into this location without SLA permission, without making an application. He just started using it. I directed the director of enforcement to send an investigator up there and basically investigate to find out what was going on, and if it was going on, to inform him that he was violating the law and that he should cease using that space, which obviously is a very large space compared to the size of his existing store, that he should cease using it immediately, and if he wants to use it, apply for a alteration application. He basically, and I'm summarizing here, he basically told the investigator that we should violate him, that he was going to continue using it. They went up the next day, had another conversation with him, and he again said the same thing. So I'm at the point myself that I am not approving this until, and as a result of that investigation, enforcement sent charges to counsel's office. Counsel office is ready to file charges. They have not filed them yet.
Because we have not been serving charges.
Right, as a result of COVID-19, they have not been serving charges.
Do you have an NOP that went out?
There's an NOP for one of the complaints.
There's a notice of pleading that was dated May
11th.
right and returnable June 5th.
I don't know if that was actually served.
All right, well, neither here nor there. Whether they're served or not served, I'm not approving this until those charges, and there should be more, because I will acknowledge that once he filed the application, I will say that the violation ceased, but he obviously took a great deal of time. I think he took a week at least to file the application. So every day that he's using that thing, and he did not cease to use it at all, there should be a charge. But I'm not approving this until those charges are resolved.
Do you have the compliance open?
Yeah,
Is there
I
a
do.
plate?
No, there's a note
NOP
from the
went
prosecutor
out.
saying don't issue it, and there's no certified mailing number on it.
My guess is it was not served.
So they're coming, and they'll be served.
You
this
should go ahead and serve it now.
In my view, this needs to be resolved before this gets approved, and he should still cease using this. And from what I understand, he's not. So he's basically tripled the size of his store on his own volition without knowing that he's violating the law. And this is a highly experienced liquor store owner who knows he was violating the law, even before we told him.
So I'll take that as you're voting to deny the application.
And I'm asking the other commissioners to do the same.
Commissioner Fan,
I vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to deny as well.
Okay, and
And I realize we have been holding charges back, but I'm asking you not to hold these back.
okay.
next item is 834 Elite Lounge Corp.
This is a Bronx on-premises license. It's a bar tavern with 5 employees, 3 security guards, and principal to manage. They want recorded DJ, karaoke, live music, and a jukebox. No dancing. They want to use promoters. There is this location. What was applied for recently in the past several months by this applicant, along with another applicant. We denied it because the other applicant we felt was complicit in unveiling at this location. That applicant is no longer on this application. However, this applicant that we have now, who was also on the previous application, has indicated that she has experienced bartending. And if you do the dates, it looks like she was bartending when she was 17 years old at a strip club. Her birth date is May 28, 1995. And she was bartending, she says, in April of 2012, which makes her 17 years old while working at the strip club. Also, she has a negative history at places where she had been previously working. They want hours of 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. Friday, Saturday, and during the week, and then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 5 p.m. to 3 a.m. The last 2 licenses at this location had major adverse history.
Commissioner Fan,
I vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford,
Yeah, the hours don't seem reasonable that she's stating to work, stuff like that. I vote to deny as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I vote to deny. It's the promoters. It looks like we've had major problems at this location before. She clearly has had major problems at places she's worked before, and now she has a recipe with her method of operation that's just going to lead to further problems.
Next item, 835 Fort Liquors and Wines Inc. A request for reconsideration of a package store disapproval.
This was a package store disapproval. I voted for this license. The other 2 commissioners voted against it. The They now basically admitted that they lied on the PQ about working at a restaurant. Didn't really give a reason why they lied, other than it was a mistake, and the population is still stagnant. And other than that, they presented nothing else new.
Well,
And
they
I believe
presented.
in the meantime, we also approved another store in the Bay Ridge area.
Did we?
Yes, there was a reconsideration on the last agenda that was in Bay Ridge.
Okay.
For the record, the population growth information that they gave concerned a larger area of Brooklyn than just this section of Bay Ridge.
All right, then on the issue of reconsideration, Commissioner Fan?
I do not see any new information. I vote to deny reconsideration.
Commissioner Ford?
We do have, this time we have letters of support from Senator Guinardis, New York City Councilman for Justin Brennan. But there was celery was just licensed. I think this will be my oh what the hell today, and I'll vote to approve.
It's a recon.
Did you reconsider it?
Reconsider and approve.
Yeah, I don't see anything new here. The only thing I see new is that he lied on his personal questionnaire. And as Commissioner Fan pointed out, the population to me, whether it went down a little bit or up 1%, it's still stagnant. I realize I voted for it before, but if we put another license in this area since then, I'm voting to not reconsider.
Okay.
Because I just don't see anything new. I think
Yep.
that the decision was based on facts at the time.
Next item, 836, St. Bess LLC.
This is a conditional no contest, 6 charges. They're offering $10,000. They have a significant, well, not significant, but they have some disorderly or adverse history. This was a summary order of suspension as a result of the governor's executive order.
Commissioner Fan?
I would accept 10,000.
Commissioner Ford?
10,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley?
So I do want to just say something here because I was ready to accept 10,000, and I have to acknowledge that I'm not going to simply because the letter that was submitted, and this isn't just for this case, but it's for all of these executive order violations that have been coming in here, is just ridiculous. That this to me, based on what our investigators found, was an egregious violation. They were hiding in the back with lights off, drinking during a pandemic when it was clear what the rules were. And this representative, realizing he's taking the excuse from the licensee basically made up a story that this was not as egregious as it was, and that it was simply an accident. We don't end up in these places because we just find them. We get them because we get multiple complaints about activity that's going on at them. So this licensee itself, the activity was so egregious we did a summary suspension because of what we found. So I'm voting to offer a cancellation in bond. I realize they're going to get their $10,000.
Okay, the next item, 837, Showplace Entertainment LLC. It's a request for reconsideration.
8-7. This is a Buffalo Cabaret asking for reconsideration. We denied on April 1st, 2020. The previous license was canceled for availing. They are now offering that they will hire a manager. The applicant would like us to know that they're only open 6 to 7 hours, 5 or 6 times a month. So with him managing 20 hours a week, it's really not a small amount of time. He will be there most of the time that it's open. It appears that this is a event space. Other than that, there's not much
Well,
Oh, and he does. I'm sorry. I
there's
do have to
something
say
else that's
this.
going on.
There is something else here. The applicant, we canceled the previous license for the availing, and on this reconsideration, the applicant goes out of his way to unnecessarily defend the landlord who was availing the previous license, which I have to admit only increased my concern that that was going to happen again, because I don't know why you would feel the need to defend somebody that's already lost the license and is not part of this license, allegedly.
And the prior rejection of the application was based in part on a concern that the landlord may be availing this place again, which kind of tied into the limited hours that would be available for this applicant. And the reconsideration does go on at length about how there was no availing the first time.
So with that, on the question of reconsideration,
Or unveiling.
Commissioner Fan,
I vote no.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to deny reconsideration.
Chairman
I
Bradley.
vote to deny. There's not. I didn't see anything new other than his. Well, I mean, he did offer that the place wasn't open that often, but I have to admit that the defense of the availing was concerning to me.
Next item, 838 La Shen Hot Pot Corp.
So this is a Queen's Restaurant Wine. The applicant appears to own a liquor store as well. It's going to be a restaurant with 8 employees, no security, principal to manage part-time, but he also hire a manager, recorded music only. Its max occupancy is 64. He's going to have seats for 56. There won't even be a bar in this place. The previous license here was canceled for focal point and other charges. He needs a restroom waiver. It's not a 500-foot case. Is it a 200?
It's a
No.
wine license, so it would be.
No, I know. I'm wondering if that's why it's a wine license. Doesn't matter.
No, because the prior license here was an OP.
Yeah, so this appears to be a completely different type of restaurant than the previous
Correct.
one.
Commissioner Fan,
It concerns me slightly that in the applicant's employment history, there's a reference to owner of liquor stores in the multiple. I hope these were not concurrent ownership, but one after another.
If they were, somebody here is in
no,
trouble.
if you look,
There weren't. I looked. I checked.
if you look in the memo, it shows the licensing history. They had one,
Okay.
they had one from 2008 until March of 2013. Then they got another one. That was in Queens. Then they opened up a store in Nassau County in August of 2013, which is still in effect.
Great. All right. I will vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to approve as well. I didn't see any issues.
Chairman Bradley.
I vote to approve. Do we have hours on that? On the application?
We don't ask for hours, so unless it came up.
Okay, that's fine.
Next item, 839 Carrican Seafood Restaurant Corp.
So this is Johnny's Reef Restaurant in City Island. 2 charges related to violation of the executive order. 50 patrons were lingering and congregating, not operating as a true takeout operation. The CNC offers $1,500. There is no adverse history since 2010.
Right.
Been around a long time.
And for the record, this is the first time that this has come up, but certainly in the most recent wave of executive order violations, and we have charged many, we have established for purposes of bringing cases to the board $1,500 as a first offense, non-aggravating factors, no adverse history fine, but it is certainly up to the board to decide whether that's appropriate. But that is why you are seeing this fine at $1,500 and several of the others.
Commissioner Fan,
I would accept 1,500.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept.
Next item, 840 Joe Van Enterprises, LLC.
This is another violation of the executive order. We imposed a summary suspension. Once again, the representative seems to be contradicting what our own investigators found, not to mention that we had complaints that there were people inside this premises for weeks prior to April 10th, 2020. So this was not an isolated incident. And the fact that they are not willing to accept that or at least acknowledge it concerns me.
Commissioner Fan,
I would have $10,000.
Commissioner Ford,
10,000 accept.
Chairman Bradley.
I'll accept.
Next item, 841. And then you're trying to pronounce the name. Hazia, it's on 142 Sullivan Street. It's a new tavern wine application request for reconsideration.
You want to explain this recon time?
If I can in a second.
I'll do it. So last board meeting, we denied this in a split vote. Me and Commissioner Ford denied it. Commissioner Fan approved it. And shortly thereafter the meeting, we heard from the representative who was complaining that they were not permitted to get their supplemental material in, even though it was emailed to us, they say, in a timely manner. However, the stamp on the email indicates that it was late. We have a hard and fast rule for a reason, because what's the difference between 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes? At some point, you have to cut it off. Secretary's office does cut it off. They do a pretty good job of it, and they do a pretty good job of not making exceptions, and an exception was not made here. However, based on the information that was in the supplemental, and also based on the fact that there were several negative pieces of opposition information that was also submitted late that didn't end up in front of the board, I asked Secretary's office to put this on and treat it like a reconsideration, so that's why it's here now. This will be their reconsideration. They do not get another one. So the supplemental material from last week is there. Nothing else was submitted.
And I will note for the record that the basis of the board's decision the first time was not addressed by the supplemental material, which appeared to be primarily based on the quality of the restaurant service and experience of the chef, which was not. I don't think that was a question during the prior meeting.
So I will vote to reconsider this based on that.
Commissioner Fan?
I will vote to reconsider as well. How are we treating the information that came in from DOB that was circulated by Commissioner Roberts?
I asked Commissioner Roberts based on the who raised that issue, the community board?
There was a discrepancy about the seating.
Yeah, I mean the applicant, or I should say the representative, in what was submitted indicated that this building holds 74 people, and then I asked for a copy of the CO that had already been submitted with the application, because obviously this small space, in my mind, does not hold 74. We got the certificate of occupancy from the file, and we found that the certificate of occupancy was completely unclear. So, Adam, what do you want to?
So, after confirmation with New York City's Department of Buildings, we confirmed that based on the certificate of occupancy for the southern first floor, the occupancy is 10. On the establishment questionnaire submitted by the representative and applicant, they had listed the occupancy was 70, but that seems to be inconsistent with the certificate of occupancy on file, and after confirming that number with Department of Buildings.
You mean
So there's
10?
So the occupancy for the proposed premises is 10, which would include all employees and patrons.
All right, so getting back on
Well, so but I just do want to say that. So there, I don't think, the representative took a great deal of time talking about how great a chef this person is, and I don't think that's even arguable. He clearly is. I don't know why, this is not an issue with him. I don't have an issue with him at all, but there's been a lot of opposition for this place because of where it is. There clearly is an issue with the fire exit that if this does get approved, I would like to be a condition. And also with the storage, we can't even license the storage right now because it's not on the application and it's not contiguous to the licensed premise. And it requires the employees to walk through the fire exit into a private building down into the cellar to get the materials, which is really unprecedented so far here. That was my issue with it, and my only issue with it. And now it appears that the occupancy of 10 is going to affect the ability to even seat 6 people in this place.
All right, so on the vote for reconsideration, Chairman Bradley is voting to reconsider. Commissioner Fan?
I
Chair, vote
actually,
for it.
based on the new information, would not vote to approve this.
No, just I want to make sure we have the votes for reconsideration.
Oh yeah, I thought we voted. I'm sorry.
And-
Yeah, we'll vote. I'll vote to reconsider just so that the supplemental materials and the DOB information would be considered.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote to reconsider as well.
Okay, then on the application.
So hold on, I do want to point out so that the record is clear. There's also a number, and you guys read them as well, I'm sure, but there also is a number of letters in support, once again, of the individual. And I have absolutely no question that he's everything that he purports to be. It's the issue is with the spot, but go ahead.
All right, Commissioner Fan, on the application itself.
I will vote no.
Commissioner Ford?
It just doesn't seem like it's large enough. There's an issue of having to go across the hallway to access storage in the basement. This place is basically a hallway. It's commercially zoned within a residential district. There's a couple other restaurants, 3 other restaurants on the block, but I'm just not comfortable with this, that there's space and room and everything like that for there to be a business here. So I vote to deny.
Chairman Bradley?
I vote to deny.
Next item, H42, Fiorello's Roman Cafe, Inc.
This is a 2 charges, CNC 1500. It's an executive order violation from June 17th of 2020.
Commissioner Fan?
3,500 approved.
No, this one is
15.
15.
Oh, sorry, 1,500. Sorry, I moved it to a different pile. 1,500.
And this charge, just to be clear, is the restaurant started outside dining before outside dining was permitted.
So Commissioner Fan?
Yes, 15.
Commissioner Ford?
1,500.
Chairman Bradley?
1,500.
Next item, H43, Uncle's Enterprises, LLC.
This is another one of an executive order violation early on. Not early on, April 24th of 2020. Once again, we get a letter from the representative basically trying to minimize the licensee's activities. We got a complaint an hour earlier and ended up there as a result of the complaint. So we didn't end up there happenstance. It wasn't takeout as the lawyer indicates. There was actually a customer drinking and eating at the bar when our investigators got there. I wish that they would just acknowledge the facts if they're looking for a plea.
Yes, and we sent up an offer on this one that was higher because we viewed the conduct of serving inside at this time to be more egregious. So
And I would say it is.
So the offer is $3,500.
Commissioner Fan?
3,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
3,500 agreed. Accepted.
Chairman Bradley.
3,500.
Next item, 844, Pontravillas HV Inc.
This is another executive order violation from 6/20/2020. It's really, and I do want to state, not just about this case, but overall, this is getting dangerous, to be honest with you, with the number of non-compliant licensees that we're seeing out there and what that means. All you have to do is look at Florida, Arizona, and other states like that. This is the increase in this virus in those states is going directly through the activities of bars and restaurants. If these licensees aren't careful, it will be back here. We are going to start taking these much more seriously. There's not going to be second and third warnings like you may have read about in the paper. You're going to be shut. This offer is $1,500.
Commissioner Fan,
1,500 accept.
Commissioner Ford,
1,500 accept.
I accept as well.
Yeah, and members understand that we have something like in excess of 275 notices of pleading out to separate locations in New York City and Long Island alone for violations of the executive order.
Which is pathetic when you think about it. Okay, Tom.
next item is 845.
This is a Suffolk County liquor store, 2 employees, principal to manage. The principal does have experience with an AX license. We have 2 protests from liquor store plus 1 protest from an unidentified resident, it appears. 4 stores within 2.8 miles. The closest store is 1.2 miles. We have, obviously, based on where it is, we've denied numerous applications in this exact neighborhood area. Opponent says there are 13 within a 5-mile radius, while the applicant says there are more than, another opposition member, I should say, says there are more than 20 in a 2-mile radius. I don't know what's right, but there clearly are a number of liquor stores within a 2-mile radius.
Commissioner Fan,
I vote to deny because this is located between 2 stores on the same highway. I don't see public convenience for this store, and the numbers are up and down at best.
Commissioner Ford,
That 4th store we just like. 4th closest.
Might have been there before, but it's
Commissioner Ford, do we still have you?
was it there
Yeah,
before?
sorry.
It was a removal, but it's been there since 19.
Since 19?
Yeah, the original spot has been since 2010.
Oh, so it's been a liquor store since
Yeah.
2000.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Ford?
I saw it kind of ideally situated between the other 2 stores on Route 112, so I voted to approve. The other one, that's the one Easy Wine, that's in a huge shopping plaza. So its numbers, it looks like, have been going up. And the other one, their numbers have been holding steady, although but not a lot for 2020 yet. But anyway, I voted to.
Chairman Bradley.
So I voted to deny that there's the area. This area is saturated with liquor stores. There's no evidence of a population increase, and there's no evidence that this applicant will be providing services or products not available in the other stores. There's four stores within 2.8 miles, but if you go out 3.1 miles, there's probably multiple other stores. We get more applications for this area than any area in the state, and there's just too many liquor stores there.
All right, the next item, 846, El Ranchero Restaurant and Bar, Inc.
This is a new on-premise license in Brooklyn. Bar tavern with 4 employees, 1 security guard, principal to manage. He wants recorded music, DJ music, jukebox, live music, no dancing. The principal has no experience. at the 500-foot hearing, the applicant actually indicated, or her representative, that she was going to be a restaurant, but they applied for a tavern license. I don't know whether that matters, does it? I guess you can still be a restaurant even though you applied for a tavern?
Yeah, you have to be consistent with what they notified the community board.
And there are restrictions on a tavern license that aren't on a restaurant.
Like what?
Like interior access rules and things like that.
So that wouldn't play in here. It obviously... So I think she's basically saying she's a tavern that's going to have a big menu, I'm assuming. And you're going to make sure she...
Notified community
Yeah.
board.
In the supplemental, the applicant said that she knows the business because her parents ran restaurants. She also says that she would limit her request for DJs to Thursday to Saturday.
My mother was a dental hygienist, and I couldn't point at my custard teeth.
She did notify the community board as a bar tavern, so that's consistent.
Okay.
Commissioner Fan?
Oh, just before you go, it's 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. Is what she's looking for, even though her menu indicates that she's open right now from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
All right. In the supplemental, she revised her hour request to 1 a.m. closing Sunday, Saturday. So I'm going to vote to approve with 1 a.m. across the board, recorded music, live music, no DJ, no dancing, one security guard, no manager, no promoters, and all windows closed by 10 p.m.
Commissioner Ford?
My concern with the hours, I might require a manager or some kind of help. I'm not quite sure. There's not a manager on her application, is there?
No.
So
She says she's going to manage, and she has really no experience. At least, according to the application, she has no experience. Other than her parent.
Yeah.
My buddy grew up in the bar business.
I'll vote to
Probably too
approve
hard.
on the same terms as Commissioner Fan.
Chairman Bradley?
What were the hours that she approved?
1
1
a.m.
a.m.
across the board.
1 a.m. Because
And
that's what they would.
Recorded and live music, and that's it, right?
No DJ, no
Yes.
dancing, promoters.
All right, I'll go. I was going to deny it, but I'll go with that. There was a bad history there.
Next item, 847, Evernorth International Holdings.
Duly noted.
What?
This-
What did you say?
He thinks the last one's the front.
I do too.
This is
This is
the one you had the disciplinary on earlier.
what do we do with the disciplinary? 6,000.
6,000 on disciplinary.
So this is the removal of that disciplinary of the liquor store in. This liquor store is going from Williamsville to Amherst. He's moving 5.9 miles. He said he lost his lease. There's one protest. The closest store is 0.5 miles away. There's 4 stores in 1.3 miles. The fourth closest store is one of the largest stores in the state. His current square footage is 1,000. His new square footage will be 4,500 all retail. He did indicate on the application that he had no disciplinary actions, but obviously he had at least one today. And he did have a previous sale to minor, I think. Or a renewal or something? Failure to renew? It was minor, whatever it was. It was a one-time thing.
So, Commissioner Fan?
Given the numbers of the closest stores, with a taste of his own medicine, the closest store did not submit numbers, but it's a very small store. The next 2 closest stores are all doing down numbers. I frankly don't see a reason why the new store should be 4,500 square feet. If he lost his lease, I would try to find a place that's more equivalent and not 3.5 times bigger. So I vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
It's quite a move he's making from where he is. Closest store is only 200 square feet, but no response, as Commissioner Fan said. The next closest is kind of a little bit to the west. It's kind of protected. It's ideally situated between 3 heavily trafficked corridors, each with easy access to the parking lot. So, on the other side of this road, as a matter of fact. So, and I think they're moving to a big shopping plaza too, if I remember correctly. So that might be the reason for the larger footprint and so forth. But I would vote to approve.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm going to do this for Sharif. I vote to approve.
The next item, 848, JK's Westchester Restaurant Corp.
This is a change in the method of operation. He has a 2 a.m. closing. They want a 4 a.m. closing every night, and to add security, we put the 2 a.m. in because of the history at the location, plus his history. We did tell him to come back in a year for more. Prior to that, he did have a disorderly conduct and failure to supervise and failure to conform to the application in August of 2017. It's a restaurant with 5 employees, recorded music only. The chef leaves at 10 p.m. every night, but is actually supposed to be there. Well, they're supposed to serve food every night, right?
Yeah.
I mean, all night. I guess it doesn't matter if the chef is there. There should be somebody.
No, if it's a restaurant.
It's a restaurant that
The
is
chef has to be there.
Really?
Yes.
Even if there's not, what if there's another cook?
Well, there's somebody has to be in charge of the
their restaurant menu.
kitchen.
Right, that's what I mean. But most restaurants have more than one cook.
Yeah, I mean there has to be some chef there.
That can cook something.
It is a little odd that they would put into their application that the chef is only there until 10 o'clock when they're already open past 10 o'clock. But I don't know if that means...
You have been in plenty of restaurants when the chef hasn't been there, I can guarantee you.
Well, but does
As
that need to be clarified on the application as to what that means?
Well, because most of them don't understand the law that they're required to serve food.
Right, but I guess that's a conversation for another day.
Yeah. So he wants 4 a.m. every night to add security. It is a restaurant, so it's clear that he would like to turn it into something else after 10 o'clock.
Commissioner Fan?
I am not comfortable with going to 4 a.m. just because I looked at a lot of the memo on the disciplinary actions, and almost all bad things happen after 2 a.m. So
You know what, Commissioner Fan? I wrote the exact same thing on mine. That this guy, every issue he had was shortly after 2 a.m.
I'm glad we're in agreement.
Commissioner Ford?
But have there been any instances since we made it till 2 in the past 2 years?
There's been one in August of 2017. Since then, no. That I'm aware of, at least.
We have no referrals since November 2018.
Oh, what was the one in November 2018?
No, that's when this
That's
decision was made.
That's when you approved the 2 a.m.
Oh, okay.
So I'm saying we approved it at 2 a.m. He's had no issues up to then, but you said all the issues before were after 2 a.m.
In his past history, he had other licenses
No. What was happening was he was operating
past 2 a.m.
past until 4 a.m.
Right.
And when you came in a disciplinary case, you directed him to file an application to straighten out his hours.
Right.
That's when you set 2 a.m.
Right. And the stuff that he had during 4 a.m. all happened between like 2:30 and 3:30 a.m.
Yeah, no, I think we'll keep it at 2.
Chairman Bradley?
I will keep it at 2 as well. Well, he can hire security if he wants to. I will give him that as needed.
Commissioners Fan and Ford, are you okay with him getting security?
Yes, that's fine as needed.
Commissioner Ford?
Required, but
Okay.
Can we take 2 minutes?
All right, we're going to take a brief recess at 1:41. All right, we're
She was
back on the air
she was in
after
the movie
a,
The Boy in the Plastic
a
Bubble.
brief recess.
And they got together.
Next
Like
item
his
on the
mother.
calendar is 849 La Selva Bar and Restaurant, Inc.
This
Ozone
is
Park.
a restaurant open to 1 a.m. They want to change the method of operation. On October 2019, a full board approved recorded music and no promoters. Now wants live music as well as karaoke. He closes at 1 a.m. There is a bad prior history at this location, although I'm not saying it's all related to him.
And no discipline. Well, it's not that long, but no discipline since, no referral since it was licensed.
But now with this, what he's asking for, he will basically mimic the method of operation of the previous license, which was revoked in 2017.
Commissioner Fan?
This application was filed less than 3 months after the full board approval, and so this is more like a recon than a new application of change in method of operation. I don't think the issue is ripe enough to decide yet, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
We're on number 849.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Just give me just a second. I had to come back to the call just a minute late. Let me just take a quick look at my notes here. So this is to add live music and karaoke. No, I'm going to vote to deny.
Chairman Brett?
I vote to deny as well for the same reason as Commissioner.
Next item, 850 Clinton Ward LLC.
So this is a new on-premise license. It's going to be a tavern with 6 employees, no security, principals to manage recorded music, karaoke, and occasionally live music. Max occupancy of 49 people, seats for 28 in a bar with 15 seats. One of the applicants was a principal of the landlord to the last licensee, whose license was revoked. In fact, the last 2 licenses here were revoked, and this has been a thorn in the side of the Binghamton Police Department for some time. The city of Binghamton initially protested, but now they really just request restrictions on the backyard and the basement. The applicant has taken the backyard off the application, and the basement was only licensed for storage, which apparently the city has no problem with.
The applicant also noticed that the applicant who was who was affiliated with the landlord pointed out that at the time of the last licensee that was revoked, they were in favor of getting the guy out and sent a letter in contemporaneously doing just that. So that letter corroborates his position that he's not affiliated with the prior licensing.
All right, then, Commissioner Fan?
I therefore vote to approve with no backyard, which is not part of the application, and no customers below grade. Basement can be used for storage only.
Hours?
I would go to 2 a.m.
What'd you ask them?
I'm thinking Binghamton is 2 a.m., isn't it?
I have no idea.
All right.
So whatever.
I think Boone County is 1. I think.
All right, so 2 a.m. unless Broome County is 1.
All right, Commissioner Fan, Ford?
Same thing as Commissioner Fan. Now the city of Binghamton no longer objects with the removal of the backyard service and the basement storage of alcohol. So I vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I vote to approve on the same grounds as Commissioner Fan.
All right, next item, 851. EGE Food Inc.
This is a grocery store with 4 employees. The principal will manage. This is another spider web. We've had 2 applications for this location by Gezi Market, and they've both been denied. The owner of Gezi Market is Servet Adair. In this application, Levent Agdair signed a lease as a principal of the applicant and guarantor of the lease. However, he's not on the application, correct?
Right. He was not a principal on the application, but he was the guarantor on the lease.
Well, I think he signed it as a principal too.
Oh, on the lease. He
Yeah.
said.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
But he's not on the application.
Not on the application.
There's clearly questions whether he's related to the previous applicant who we denied twice. We did get supplemental material from Mr. DeLuca.
Yeah,
You can summarize that because it's just not.
the explanation as to why this individual, there's no discussion of whether this individual Levant is related to Servet, who share a last name. As to why Levant is on the lease as a guarantor, but not as a principal on the application, the explanation is that he is an employee of this deli. Not a manager, not a owner, but an employee that the landlord has decided is an appropriate guarantor
Because he worked there.
because he knows him and worked there.
So you got to ask yourself why he would decide that he's an appropriate person to guarantee.
Because he's a cashier or a stock.
No, I'm talking about the guy that made himself the guarantor.
Right.
Like what's he thinking?
Right. So the explanation offered is that the landlord thought he would be a good guarantor because he knew him, even though he seems to have a low-level position, and the employee agreed to guarantee the lease
Of his
to be on the hook for a lease.
of which he owns nothing.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So with that, Commissioner Pham,
I vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford,
I vote to deny as well.
Chairman Bradley.
Yeah, that's another heavy deny.
What's
Next item.
For cause,
shocking
by
is
the way.
What's shocking is even to try to sell that.
Right.
So
As a legitimate reason why it
that's the
happened.
reason.
Money, buddy.
Next item, 852, Hedera Candy and Grocery Corp.
This is another grocery store AX. The applicant was disapproved at another location as principal of another corporation because he was found to have been availing that license. There's a history at this location of a sale to minors. There's no protests.
And
We
this-
have
this
conflicting
application-
addresses for this applicant.
This application was actually disapproved
Disapproved.
because they were selling after their temp expired, and then we.
Oh, I granted the recon, or you did it?
Hey, you would have had to.
No, the licensing board did it.
So he has already been selling. Well, he let his temp expire and kept selling, probably not knowing that his temp expired.
Okay.
Huh, you don't believe it.
All right, Commissioner Pham.
This is actually a shocking application for someone to get approved for availing and then get disapproved again for selling before or after they have expiration of the temporary retail permit. It's pretty shocking to land there with us, to get caught for both things. And so for lack of fitness and character to hold, I vote to deny.
Was that your vote to not? You got cut off at the end.
I'm sorry, I vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford.
I vote to deny as well.
Chairman Bradley.
Deny.
Not a
Next
hard
item.
denial.
No, not as hard, but
That's just a firm one.
Next item, 853, Sweet Churros Inc.
so this is a kiosk in Times Square / cafe with 5 employees, no security, principal managing, no music or dancing. There's apparently seats that are provided by the city of New York in that area of Times Square that is closed off to traffic. the reason this is in front of us, it was previously licensed. The reason this is in front of us is because the concessionaire agreement between the licensee, or the applicant, I should say, and the owner, the landlord, has a clause, a 15% kicker clause in it, that the landlord gets 15% of revenue after sales of $66,000 a year. No, a month or a year? A month.
Which is pretty good.
So basically, it says that the landlord has only upside. It has no downside. So they get revenue, but has no real risk. The rent is, without the kicker, is $120,000 a year, or 15% of gross monthly sales. They put in supplemental material arguing that based on their experience with this spot, really only adds up to $500 a month, possible $500 a month extra. But how do we know? Generally, we ask landlords to be 10% of sales.
Well, actually, to put it a little more bluntly, no one can have revenue from the license that's not on the application, and we have traditionally made an exception for landlords up to 10% on a basis that we would view that as de minimis, although subject to further analysis. So this would be a circumstance where in the ordinary course we would expect the landlord to be on the license, and they are not on the license.
And like I said, the risk is all, they're taking no risk because they're guaranteed $120,000 of rent a year, and then anything above $66,000 a year, they get 15% of. So I'm going to deny that they need to either get 10% or be on a license.
Commissioner Fan?
Yes, I would agree with the chairman. I would deny because of the 15% clause. I will actually also deny because there are no bathrooms, no doors, in fact, no address to this location. And so I don't think that right now is the time we put an open bar in the middle of Times Square. I imagine that this applicant actually probably have changed his mind about this given the delayed reopening of Broadway.
Commissioner Ford?
Yeah, I have an issue with the 15% as well. And I didn't notice that there's no bathroom. So nice catch, Commissioner Fan, but I'd vote to deny as well.
Okay. All right, we just got to go off the record for a second. I got to address a non-full board matter with the chairman. So I'm just going to mute us.
How come I didn't get
All right, we've gotten our Dunkin' Donuts order in, so now we can proceed with the full board meeting. The next item is 854, Batlawala LLC.
This is a package store in Nassau County, a store with 2 employees. The principal will manage. The principal owns some grocery store licenses with no adverse history. There are 4 stores within a mile The closest store appears to be 400 feet away. He's really trying to turn half his convenience store into a liquor store. So they'll be together. In fact, it looks like they're sharing the same door, which I don't think is legal.
No, there's going to be a
Entrance.
public vestibule, right?
Yeah.
And then we've allowed that.
There may be.
So it's 1,185 square feet, all of it retail.
Commissioner Fan?
You say 4 stores within one mile.
Yeah.
This applicant owns the building, but given all the declining numbers in all the surrounding stores, I cannot justify public convenience for a new store, and so I will vote to deny.
Commissioner Ford?
And there's another store, 400 feet away with declining sales. The only furthest away store might be increasing, so I vote to deny as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I vote to deny on the same ground as both of those.
Next item, 855, Boston Liquor and Wine, Inc. This is a package store removal.
Package store removal, moving 950 feet away on the same street. Currently, it's 610 square foot of retail. The new place will be 1,150 square feet. 920 square feet will be retail. The 5 closest stores, there's 5 stores within 1 mile. The closest is 0.2 miles away, and I believe they all remain the same. And there are no protests.
And I will vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote to approve. They're moving down the street, actually doubling the distance between them and the closest store. So it's actually to a better shopping location. So I vote to approve.
Chairman Bradley?
I approve on the same grounds.
Next item, 856, Door James Hotel Lease Co. LLC.
This is a change in method of operation. Some significant changes. Once again, we're going to have to go through the whole list of them. The community board protests most of them, and there is recent adverse history at this location. So why don't we go through?
Chairman,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Chairman, I have a question about this. As I read it, there is a memorandum of understanding that was signed between the applicant and community group as defined in the agreement. This agreement, as I read it, is actually governed by New York state law. And so I am concerned that if we make changes to this application based on this, we are basically violating this contract that actually is governed by law. And I wonder if I can get some guidance from council.
Yeah. I mean, my view is that they can't agree to limit what they have a legal right to do and then sue them on it. I mean, as long as they went and met with them, but Gary can talk about it.
Well, I actually declined to give legal advice on this subject.
But do you want to take a recess to have a conference with counsel?
Yes, I think we need to do that. Only because I want to protect the attorney-client privilege.
Right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a brief recess so that council can discuss with Commissioner Fan and Chairman Bradley and Commissioner Ford if they choose to. What I'll do is I'll mute this and we'll send you an email.
No,
with
you
the-
tell them to email us the phone numbers that we can call them at and we'll conference them in. We'll go into my office.
I understand, but I don't. It might be easier if they call and tell. I'm not sure.
Why?
The way our systems work here.
I'm gonna have Deb call
Okay.
and conference it.
All right, just send us the phone numbers you want us to call.
Send it to Tom.
All right, we are back on the record after a conference with council and the members of the authority on a legal matter. We're going to resume consideration of item 856, which is the Thor James Hotel Bisco LLC and other corporate partners.
This is a method of...
Commissioner Fan, Commissioner Ford, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Lily Fan is here.
I'm here.
Okay.
This is a method of operation change for multiple areas of a hotel located on Grand Street in New York. The CB is protesting most of those changes. The applicant also has had some adverse history, which I'm trying to get to. So they had some failure to conform to application, June of last year, books and records. So they had several charges in June of last year. We imposed a $20,000 fine in January of last year. Extension of premises, failure to display license, failure to comply with local regulations, refilling contaminated bottles, unauthorized additional bar. That's about the gist of them. I think we need to go through this room by room because they are asking for changes in the interior, the garden restaurant, the roof, and the cellar.
Yeah, if we could just go through each location and.
Right. So why don't we do the cellar first? We didn't get any chart for this
We
one.
don't have a
Sure,
chart.
just going by what's on the
Do it
map.
yourself. But I have
So
the community.
I'm reading it from the method
Yeah.
of operation.
There's a chart.
Where
It's in the
C, A, or B.
memo.
We have multiple. We didn't.
Yeah, it's on page 7 of 47.
The amended chart.
In the initial application?
All right,
And the initial.
but those, all right, that we took. What's in the memo is from the charts.
So the memo is accurate, is what you're saying.
That is correct. If you wanted to see a side-by-side comparison, there is a chart as well.
Okay, but the memo there's other things. It's not just hours. It's also music.
Right, everything that was in the material supplied by the applicant was converted into the memo for each location.
The memo is reflective of the chart.
All right, I'm going to use the memo. We're going to do it. We'll do the cellar first. Currently, the cellar is a restaurant, 27 tables with 73 seats, large customer bar with 15 stools, open 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. on Sunday through Wednesday, 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. on Thursdays through Saturday, recorded music only. They now would like to turn that restaurant into a private event space with 13 tables and 112 seats, so approximately 10 seats at a table. A shorter customer bar, 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. on Sundays through Wednesdays, 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. on Thursdays through Saturday, recorded music, DJs, live music, and dancing. So they want to make it a event space. So why don't we do that one first?
Yeah, well, just for the record, the community board is opposed to a DJ and notes that there's no dancing permitted in the space under use group 6. So they say you can convert it to an event space. You can convert it to an event space, but don't expect to have any dancing or DJs at your events. That's the community board's position.
Okay. You keep throwing those out there so we're clear.
All right.
All right, Tom.
All right, Commissioner Pham, with respect to the changes for the cellar.
With respect to the cellar, I vote to approve the change to private event space with 13 tables, 112 seats, a 21.5-foot customer bar, 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. on Thursday through Saturday, recorded music only, no dancing, no promoters.
No DJs, no live music.
No DJs, no live music.
Commissioner Ford.
Not sure what kind of private events they plan on having.
The operator sounds like it's someone who do weddings and etc.
I don't know how they're going to have weddings without live music or DJs or dancing, though.
My kind of
Well,
way.
it's a pretty boring wedding, if you ask me.
Get out of there fast.
They also entered into a watertight agreement, saying they were not going to do that. This is a change from a spot that really only had 26 seats now to, no, sorry, it had 73 seats and now going to 112.
I mean, it'd be great for having conventions and stuff like that, but definitely no weddings or birthday parties or nothing like that where people have fun. I don't know. I'm going to allow them live music and DJ and dancing.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Everything else that you said, but I'm going to allow them that.
All right, can you repeat that again, Commissioner Ford? You go allow everything?
I said I am in agreement with everything Commissioner Fan stated, except that I would allow live music, DJ, and dancing.
So you're agreeing to everything they want then? Okay.
So the only thing I would ask you, Commissioner Ford, will you bring the capacity down to 10 tables at 10 seats per table?
Instead of, what is it now, 14?
13 at 112 people.
Yeah, I'd be willing to drop it down to 10 at 10, 10 for 10. Yes.
Then we are done and done on that one.
Okay, so you're both agreed to 10 tables with 100 seats.
No, I don't care how many seats. 100 people, period, is the max occupancy in that room, not including employees.
All right, so regardless of the number of tables,
Well, they can't have more than they can have less, but you can have 10 tables with 100 with 10 seats. But I don't. Everybody has to have a seat, is what I'm saying.
So 10 tables with 100 seats, 100 occupancy.
Yes.
DJs, dancing,
Yes.
live music.
Okay, then moving on to the interior restaurant. Which
Currently, they have 2 tables with 26 seats, a 27-foot customer bar with no stools. 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. Thursdays through Saturdays. They want 8 tables with 26 seats, so the communal tables are out, which is understandable. 19.5-foot customer bar with 11 stools. 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. Sundays through Wednesdays, 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. Thursdays through Saturday.
Community board is okay with the layout changes, opposed to changes in the hours of operation. They want to keep it at midnight through Wednesday and 1 a.m. on the weekend.
Commissioner Fan?
I'll vote to approve the layout changes and go with the extended hours of 1 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday and 2 a.m. Thursday through Saturday.
Commissioner Ford?
I'm fine with that, the same as Commissioner Fan.
Chairman Bradley?
And I was going to say no to the extended hours, but everything else is good. Approved. What'd you say?
Next, we have the exterior garden.
So this is outside, right?
Correct.
Yes.
All right, so this is, currently they have 36 tables with 108 seats, a 22.5-foot customer bar with no stools. They have 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. Sundays through Wednesdays, 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. Thursdays through Saturdays. They proposed they have a retractable enclosure with 21 tables and 78 seats, a 17 foot 9-inch customer bar with no stools. They want 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. Sunday through Wednesday, 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. Thursdays through Saturdays. Why did they even mention a retractable enclosure?
That was new. Through
Well, they already have it though, right?
through an alteration
Yeah,
that we
so
previously.
I mean, we can't tell them to take it down. We already approved it. All right, go
Are
ahead.
they asking for music or dancing?
Nope.
Just an additional hour with seating.
Do they have music up here? Do we know? Not up here, out there, wherever. it is?
No out. Well, the community board says no outdoor music, no dancing, but I didn't think they had any anyway,
Yeah, I don't
and they're
know.
not asking for that.
He's gonna look.
The only community board issue is with moving the 2 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. They want to keep it at 1 a.m.
Okay.
They want midnight Sunday to Wednesday, but I think that's what they're not asking for anything more than that.
Commissioner Fan?
I'm okay with the layout changes, and I will vote to approve the delayed hours as well.
Commissioner Ford?
What's the? There's no
Sorry,
music.
talking.
We
Talking
we
softly,
missed
I'm
it
sorry.
on this, so they must.
Yes, I'm okay with that as well.
There's a restriction of hours on the terrace, though.
Chairman Bradley?
So we don't know if there's music out here because I'm gonna say no music. Only recorded background music.
No outdoor music is what the community board
No
said.
outdoor music, no dancing.
But is that what it says now? Is that what it is now? There's no outdoor music?
I frankly don't know. I think we should say that, though. No outdoor music, no dancing.
Look, whatever there is, you're not seeking to change it.
All right. So it probably is no. All right. I was going to allow the proposed changes, but not the hour, not the additional hour. And that's all based on their adverse history, by the way.
All right, next we're going to go to the roof terrace.
They currently have 13 tables with 41 seats on the inside, and then 26 tables with 26 seats. How is that possible? 1 seat per table. On the outside, 31-inch, 6-inch customer bar with 7 bar stools, 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. Mondays through Wednesdays, 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. Thursdays through Saturdays, 3 p.m. to 1 a.m. on Sundays. Proposed they would like 14 tables with 39 seats on the interior, 14 tables with 36 seats on the exterior, a 23-foot 9-inch customer bar with 9 stools, a 6-foot service bar, no change in operating hours.
Community board opposes the exterior service bar. Okay with the layout changes.
Well, right now I'm assuming there's service, right?
That exists.
Waitress service.
The service bar, that was an alteration, so that should,
So it's already there.
yes.
What do you mean?
That,
What
that
do you
was-
mean?
So anytime you see the reference to the addition, like the retractable enclosure or the addition of a bar, that's already been addressed in the alteration application, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So the service bar is there's already. We're only dealing with really the operating hours.
No, they don't want
Well,
operating hours to change.
Okay, can we actually talk about that? Because I feel like perhaps we made a mistake on the alteration approval because we don't, I mean, how did that get done without it coming to full board? Because isn't that changing one of the steps that was implemented by full board in
Right.
2010?
So the alteration, in my opinion, should have been worked together with the method of operation. So all these changes could have been considered together. At the time, the alteration application had been approved, not knowing that there was an associated method of operation applied for at the same time, which is on licensing. So, I mean, as far as the alterations that were considered approved, it was the retractable enclosure, the changes to the size of the customer bars, including adding a 6-foot bar to the 18th floor, a 4-foot service bar to the 2nd floor in Sky Lounge, and increasing the overall number of seats involved.
I mean, I feel like there's definitely, if not dishonesty, at least, some version of gaming the system here where an alteration went through our process without conversation about whether there can be service outside.
I understand what you're saying, but my belief is there's service outside already. It's a question of whether they have to go to the bar to get the service or whether they're going to a service bar. That's all that's changing.
Right. No, well, that's the difference. I mean, I think in the prior application we discussed that, if it's attached to another service area and they can take their drinks outside, that's very different from having real service outside where lines are, people are in theory lining up.
No, what I'm saying to you, there's already waitress service out there.
Because of the
Yeah, no, I
alterations
understand
been
that.
approved.
So I don't know what are you talking about changing? I mean, I guess they could get drinks. The waitresses can certainly get drinks faster because there's a 6-foot service bar. They now don't have to walk all the way to the other bar. But other than that, it doesn't really change.
How do you define service bar? Are you defining that as only waitresses can go there, or customers can also? It's a point of sale.
It's waitress. There's no point of sale.
Right. It's only
There's no point of sale.
Right. It's only staff picking up drinks, dropping off drinks at that, and then bringing it to customers.
I mean, what you generally do it for is, one, you can obviously turn drinks over quicker. But the other thing is that the other bar that's inside can now focus on the customers that are in the bar and on the interior.
Okay.
So it generally, it's basically to increase your revenue, and there's no question people are going to be able to drink more if they want to, if it's a crowded place. But it's not people loitering around a bar.
No, it actually decreases congregation as opposed to increasing it.
Right, because you won't have people going up to the bar to get it quicker. Right.
Did the alteration application include the change of the number of seats in different venues?
It did.
So none of that is before you then. So
Right,
your vote then to limit the 100, it's already been addressed by the alteration application.
Well, then I'm addressing the maximum they're allowed in that room, which is 100 people.
Okay.
So they can have 112 seats, but they can only fill it with 100 people.
Okay. All right. So going back then to the roof terrace. So what's before you then? There's nothing. No changes being proposed that are before you.
Well, we could certainly, they can have 39 seats, but we can put less people out there. Right?
Yeah.
All we did was alter how many seats and tables. So
Seats, tables, layout.
Yeah.
If we're going to include define occupancy as a method of operation, not as the alteration.
And we are. But
Okay.
I think we'll let them vote.
All right. So then with the roof terrace, with respect to just the number of people.
Yes, I will vote to approve the layout changes. I will vote no changes of hours, no outdoor music, and no dancing.
Well,
That's already there.
yeah, they're not. Music and dancing is not before you. They're not seeking any changes to that, and they're not seeking a change of the hours.
So the hours are going to be 3, what I said they were.
Yeah.
5 to 1, 3 to 2, and 3
Yes.
to 1. Okay.
Why would the community board oppose the service?
So Commissioner Ford, just as far as the
That's what she gets it is.
Tables and seats.
yeah.
I'm okay with what they proposed.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm okay too.
All right, moving to the exterior terrace. This is a change in the occupancy and the hours.
9 tables. Currently, they have 9 tables with seating for 18, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. every day. Now they would like 6 tables with seating for 13. So all 2 tops, is that the way that works? 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. every day.
And 1 3-seater.
And what?
4 2-tops and 2 3-seaters. Somewhere there.
Commissioner Fan?
The community board,
Oh, sorry.
the only objection to the community board is they do not want to extend the hours from 11 to, what are they asking for, midnight? They're opposed
Yes, they're asking for midnight.
Commissioner Fan?
Yes, I will go with the community board of 11 p.m.
So,
So you're voting to deny the proposed method of change, operation change.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Ford.
Well, so let me ask. Oh, because the table's already set up. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to stay at 11 as well.
Chairman Bradley.
I'm staying at 11.
Next, the hotel lobby.
So in the lobby, there's currently 7 tables with 23 seats. I don't know what that means as far as I'm assuming they have waitress service there. There's they would like
Yes, there's a service bar.
propose they would like 11 tables with 32 seats, 4-foot service bar. They would like to remove the stipulation to permit advertising signage for the exterior hotel, and they would like to remove the MOU stipulation 5 number 2, or 5 subsection 2, to enable guests for a private event to enter through Grand Street. I think I know where this one's going.
So the service bar has already been taken care of.
Right.
Do you have anything on that
The
end?
community board doesn't say anything about the advertising, or those are, I guess, MOU issues, right?
Right, for the original stipulations.
Which wasn't the community board.
All right then, Commissioner Fan.
I will approve the layout changes. However, I will not permit the advertising signage on the exterior, and I also do not want to interfere with the MOU stipulation where there was a clear agreement that the Grand Street personality will be preserved. And so therefore I will not approve the usage of the entrance on Grand Street for the private event space.
So
There's
do me a,
very, very thorough description of why the Grand Street entrance, the community didn't want to use that entrance. There's actually a lot of discussion about parking and trash removal and all of these things on the Grand Street side that would be completely compromised in the event that we allow lines to be formed and an entrance to be used for private events. Hello?
All right.
Just look
all
like
right.
I'm controlling
All right, Commissioner
purposes.
Ford.
I'm okay with everything that was proposed, and I agree with Commissioner Fan to not remove stipulation number 10, permit advertising. I do not approve that, and I do not approve guests being able to, for private event, being able to utilize the Grand Street entrance.
Chairman Bradley.
So I'm going to just say this differently and ask the two of you to agree with me, although it's going to end up in the same place. I'll agree the change in the tables and the 32 seats and the 4-foot service bar. However, we are not permitting advertising signage for the exterior of the hotel. That is a condition on the license. And another condition on the license is that guests are not to use the Grand Street exit or entrance except in case of an emergency. That was another condition that will not change. So I don't want to base it on the stipulation because I just think that that's not coming from the community board, and I question us relying on it, but it clearly gives the opinion of the community about those two issues, so I think we can make them clear conditions.
Yeah, and I'd also say on the record that even though there is a memorandum of understanding that had terms in it, the matter came with that memorandum of understanding, I'll be okay, to the State Liquor Authority and was approved based on the State Liquor Authority's discretion as to what conditions to agree to or not agree to. So while that has become part of the record, it is not just the memorandum of understanding that makes that part of the record. It's the State Liquor Authority's prior decision on licensing on those terms, which the State Liquor Authority can now change if it wants to, or choose to keep the same.
Right. Okay.
All right, the last item is the exterior treehouse, and the only change here is increasing the number of seats.
So they have 11 tables currently with 24 seats. They want 26 tables with 70 seats, no change in operating hours. So you're saying that the tables are already set up.
They are. It was in their alteration, 26 tables, 70 seats. For
That's been approved?
that's already been approved
Right,
for
so-
the exterior.
So what we will do is, if you want to decrease that, you change the occupancy of the location. Maximum occupancy.
So, Commissioner Fan, Commissioner Ford, did you follow that? The actual change in the number of seats and tables was approved in the alteration application. However, if you're inclined, you can still, as proposed by or suggested by the chairman, you can limit the total occupancy of the space, regardless of the number of seats. That's up to you, Commissioner Fan.
If I set a number for occupancy, does that include staff?
It's up to
You
you.
can say excluding staff.
Okay. But we've already approved this in the alteration.
The
Right.
number of tables and seats has been approved through the alteration application.
So let me put it this way. They have 26 tables with 70 seats. If you tell them they can only have 10 people on the treehouse, then they're going to have a lot of empty seats. So I would imagine whatever you propose as the maximum occupancy will be the number of seats that end up there.
Okay. I think I can go with 70. I think there's. I'll go with the 70. I don't want to go back and forth, given that they have probably already made the changes. But no outdoor music, no dancing, same hours.
All right, Commissioner Ford,
70 sold.
Chairman Brown.
I was going to go to 40, but approved.
But you still want?
Yeah, put it at 40 just so I'm
On the record.
being contrary.
Just give me more stuff I have to write down. Alrighty then.
Guys,
The next-
I have to jump at 3:00, so hopefully we can wrap up here shortly.
Yeah,
We're close.
Adam's about to read two things to you or explain two things to you, then we're done.
No, we have 4 more things.
There's some more,
What are the other two?
some more disciplinary and extension of
The
renewal.
next item, 856A. It's a proposed advisory regarding setting a date for filing renewal applications.
Go ahead, Adam.
So, members of the authority, licensing is proposing that we establish a renewal filing date. Historically, we've always used the expiration date of the license as the date for timely renewals. We're seeking to put a date on that, which is 7 calendar days before the expiration of the renewal. This will allow the licensing department the time to review renewal applications and process them accordingly. As it stands right now, many people submit their renewal applications either the day of or the day before, which doesn't provide adequate time for a review to determine if it's a completed application, which also has implications on whether we can put them on SAPA or not. So we're looking to establish that applicants submit their renewal application to us 7 days prior to the date of the expiration.
I vote to approve.
Commissioner Ford,
Approved.
Chairman Brown.
Approved.
All right, the next item is 856B. This is another proposed advisory regarding community board notification on renewal applications.
Adam, hit it.
So on new applications and on renewal applications in the city, applicants or licensees are required to notify the community board 30 days in advance. This advisory seeks to clarify that they need to wait the full 30 days prior to submitting their renewal application to us. If not, they can be charged accordingly.
So this isn't changing anything, it's just kind of putting out there what's been the practice of the authority for a number of years.
Just reinforcing what exists.
That's what I was going to ask. What's different here? So, okay.
Commissioner Fan,
Oh, by the way,
Yes, I approve.
Commissioner Ford,
approved.
Chairman Bradley.
Approved.
Thank you.
Next item, 856C, proposed advisory regarding the extension time to submit renewal fees.
Tom, since you wrote this, you want
I wrote all of them. It's a licensing
to?
matter.
No, go ahead.
So the authority understands that financial hardships are still existing for many of our licensees. We are seeking to extend the deferment period for the issuance of or for the submission of payment on renewals for an additional month to August 31st, and all payments will become due at that time.
Commissioner Fan,
I approve.
Commissioner Ford,
Approved.
Chairman Bradley.
Approved.
Last item is 856D, to propose advisory regarding deferral collection of civil penalties. This one I can do.
Okay.
Okay, so at some past board meetings, the members had essentially deferred Secretary's office sending out notices of disposition for the collection of civil penalties. The last deferral actually expired on June 26th. Secretary's office has been holding back doing anything until this meeting. We are now proposing to extend the deferral until August 20th, which is the day after the August 19th meeting. At that point, you can decide what you want to do after that. But at least we can hold off sending out civil penalty demands until that date. Commissioner Fan?
I have a question. I wonder if there's an argument to be made that for some people who are perhaps closed or not operating right now, that in the meantime, if they had received a fine from us and that plays into their business decision whether to reopen or not, that they should be notified? That maybe we can change. I am just wondering, because for me, if I run a business, I would want to know that. Maybe we can make the payment date like further out.
Well,
But I think if there is a fine that's sitting somewhere, I think people have a right to know about it.
Commissioner Fan, there's been since April, there's been very few disciplinary matters, and almost all of them have been, civil penalties have been offers by the licensees.
I'm not following what she's saying.
She wants us,
Even though we didn't send the fines out, she wants us to notify them that they're going to be fined.
yes.
I mean, I guess we could talk about that offline, but if we're going to do it, if that was to happen, we might as well just send them the fine and tell them not to pay it until later. We give them a date.
Well, we had talked about that as an option.
We'll do this off the record and we'll get back to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with that, as far as the proposed advisory to delay the collection of the penalties until August 20th, Commissioner Fan?
Yeah, without this advisory, they're all going to get fined right now. So we at least need to extend that out if that's what the members want.
I can't wait, without any further direction from you, I can't wait any longer. I have to start sending out penalty letters demanding immediate payment.
We can address the notification issue separately.
Okay, I will vote through.
Commissioner Ford?
I vote to approve as well.
Chairman Bradley?
I'll vote to approve.
All right, Chairman, I have no other items signed in my calendar. You have anything else?
I do not know.
All right, then
Thank you.
With that, we are
Thank
adjourned.
you.
Thank you.